rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. As I indicated yesterday, having given you my instructions yesterday, we're going to start right in with opening statements this morning. Attorney Ugadi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Ben Agati. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General here at the EAG's office, and with me is Chris Knowles. I appreciate your attention today and appreciate all the patience that you had going through yesterday and the voir dire process. What you're going to hear about in this case, nobody likes to be told no. Right? Nobody likes to be told what they can do or can't do, especially a convicted felon. And when felons are told no, they are definitely told no when it comes to guns. If you are convicted of a felony, you cannot possess or have under your control in New Hampshire any firearm. That's a right to guns that you gave up when you were convicted of a felony. And if you've been convicted of certain felonies, not just one, but 3 or more, then you really cannot possess a gun or have it under your control. But in this trial, you're going to see that for some people, because they wanted money, they wanted to project power, they wanted to get drugs, or maybe they just don't like being told what they can and can't do, those guns call to them. Over the course of the next couple of days, you're going to hear how the defendant, Adam Montgomery, certainly does not like being told what to do. Because you're going to hear how, despite living under the same rules that you and I live with here in New Hampshire, rules like don't steal, rules like don't hold on to property that there are no, when you know it's not yours, and rules such as, especially for a convicted felon 3 or more times over of qualifying felonies, do not have a firearm. He violated those rules in 3 different ways. Not only did he possess 2 guns, 2 long guns that belonged to a Manchester resident by the name of Chris Frain, a rifle and a shotgun, but he obtained them. They came into his possession. He got that by stealing them. He maintained them. He held on to them in his possession when he knew that they were stolen. And he disposed of them. He sold them, moved them along. 3 different ways to be in possession or control of an item. He obtained, he maintained it, and he disposed of it. 3 separate decisions that he made for each of the 2 guns, a shotgun and a rifle. Any one of those decisions for either of the 2 guns, you will see qualifies for an individual being an armed career criminal. And you heard that phrase yesterday, right? You had your beginning instructions that were read by Judge Messer. Armed career criminal. It's the basic charge for the guns that we start with and that we're going to talk through today and you're going to see in this trial. So let's go ahead and take a look at all the charges, though, of what the defendant's charged with. There are 2 armed career criminal charges. The baseline, 1 for the rifle and 1 for the shotgun that were stolen from Chris Frain. Then 2 counts of theft by unauthorized taking, for stealing, for taking those guns, obtaining those guns. And 2 counts of receiving stolen property. Again, 1 for each of the guns, 1 for the rifle, 1 for the shotgun, for maintaining them or otherwise disposing of them. Judge Messer will instruct you on the law at the end of the offense. You heard that in her instructions yesterday, how you're going to get all of the law that you need from the court. And part of what you're going to talk about and what you're going to hear are the elements of the crimes. The elements are what the state has to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt. The state doesn't have to prove every single fact of what occurred, but must come forward with the requisite proof that the elements of the crimes have been committed. There are elements for each one of the crimes that are in front of you right now: the armed career criminal, receiving stolen property, and the theft by unauthorized taking. Armed career criminal has essentially two elements that you will hear. The first, and when Judge Messer instructs you, make sure that you pay attention to this at the end. You'll hear how the crime of armed career criminal boils down to the essential two elements of: one, being a convicted felon 3 or more times over of certain qualifying felonies, and two, then going out and obtaining, maintaining, possessing, or disposing of a firearm, any firearm, revolver, or here, rifle, and a shotgun. What you're going to hear is that the first element of that crime is not in dispute. You're going to hear a stipulation. That's that every one of these tables agrees that this defendant has been convicted 3 or more times of the qualifying felonies, and that had occurred before September and October of 2019. He is a convicted felon 3 or more times over of the qualifying felonies. He is one of these people that has been told, no, you cannot have firearms. That element you'll see has been met. Now, the next element is whether or not he possessed or had control over the firearm. Again, the court is going to instruct you on the law, and one part of that is this possession or control. You'll hear that that part of the law is built on some common sense. So when we think about possession, you can see the different ways that we can obtain, maintain, or dispose of. So, for example, I've got my little electronic clicker, for lack of a better term. I think it's technically a laser pointer, but it doesn't seem to work very well on that screen. I can obtain this. I take possession of it. Just like you're going to hear how the defendant took possession and stole the shotgun and the rifle from Chris Frain's house. Another way that I can have possession of this is I can maintain. I can hold on to this when I know it's been stolen, making sure it doesn't go back to the original owner, but keeping it for myself or to do with as I please. That's another way that I can have possession or control of something, not just in the taking, but in the maintaining. And then the last part is a way of dispossessing, is disposing of it. In this case, you're going to hear about the defendant shopping the guns around, selling the shotgun, moving the rifle off into the stream of commerce, as they would say, disposing of it, getting rid of the possession that I had. For someone like the defendant, any one of these three shows possession, whether it's obtaining, maintaining, or dispose of. And here, the defendant, you'll see, did all three. He took, he maintained, and he disposed of later on. And he possessed or controlled 2 different guns. Let's talk about them for a moment. The first one is a Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun, single barrel. It's got a thumb hole stock that allows you to put your thumb behind the grip. If you don't want to use it up at your shoulder, you can put your thumb in there. And you're going to have that explained to you later on today. And the second was a Stag Arms AR-15 rifle. This rifle, which was later recovered less than 20 days later, elsewhere in the city of Manchester. And you're going to hear the full details about where it was found and how it was found. So, what you probably want to know, now that we've talked a little bit about the law, is whose guns were these? How did the defendant get them? And once he had them, what did he do with them? What did he say about them? What is the evidence going to be? All of that started in late September and early October of 2019. The evidence you're going to see from different witnesses, and you're going to hear from the first witness this morning, a gentleman by the name of Chris Frain. Chris Frain owned that rifle and owned a shotgun, was living in Manchester. He was working construction at the time. Construction details where on a Sunday night you go out to wherever your work site's going to be. Maybe it's in state, maybe it's out of state, and you come back home for the weekends, but otherwise you're out working for the whole week. He worked on a construction crew, and for September into October 2019, he was working in Queensbury, New York. That's a little bit north of Albany. His crew would go out for the week, stay for the week, come back home to spend the weekends at home. So while Chris was away all week at the job site, who was at the home, where he kept the two rifles? Well, who was with him, you'll hear, is Kim Frain, who was his wife, and their young daughter. When Chris's long guns, the Mossberg 500 pump shotgun and the Stag Arms AR-15 rifle, where would he keep them? He'd keep them wrapped up in some blankets underneath the bed. Now, Chris also owned two handguns, a .380 Ruger and a .45 caliber handgun. He kept those elsewhere. The .380 Ruger ended up going missing at the same time as the two long guns. The defendant is charged with the two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. Chris only owned that rifle for a very short time. He had gone shooting with it at the range with a friend just the weekend before he went out to work. So when he came back from Albany after that week of work, that Friday night, he went to go get the long guns out to clean them so they could be ready for him to go shooting with his friends the following day. Sometime between when he left on Sunday, September 29th, 2019, and when he returned on Friday, October 4th of 2019, that shotgun and that rifle, which were wrapped up in blankets underneath the bed, had been taken. Chris discovered that on Friday. He did what any one of us might have done. When they called the police business line the next morning to report that they had been taken. So, next question, one of the things that you have to think about is theft by unauthorized taking, right? Obtaining. So, who had been at Chris's house while he had been gone? The defendant had. Adam Montgomery. You'll see and you'll hear there was no sign of forced entry. The home wasn't disheveled or broken into. This wasn't something you see on TV and the movies where it's a smash and grab and people take everything that they can find that's valuable plus the silverware, right? Who else was in the house while he was gone? His wife Kim and his daughter. We talked about that. And Kim told police initially that no one was over there during the week. But Kim, you'll see, in the fall of 2019, was battling addiction. And she was friends with Adam Montgomery. And Adam Montgomery was a friend that she got high with. And Adam had been at her home that week that the guns went missing. And it took sobriety and a number of years before Kim was able to admit that the defendant had been in her house when the guns had been stolen and her husband was away. She'll explain, and you'll hear from her this morning, that their plan that night, that week, was to get high. Both of them were sitting on the couch, she and the defendant. He fell asleep at around 11. She fell asleep around 11 o'clock on the couch. Woke up about 9 o'clock the next morning. Woke up to find that the back door was left open, screen door was shut, and there was a crack pipe sitting on the table. And that the defendant was nowhere to be gone. House wasn't ransacked, wasn't in disarray, and it wasn't until her husband came home on Friday, who went looking for the two long guns to clean them, that there was any discovery that these two guns were missing. Now, Kim is going to admit to you that she never pawned or sold or gave away these two long guns that are charged here, the shotgun or the rifle. She will admit that she did pawn some of the household items for money. Items like her husband's jewelry, a watch, a ring. And she'll admit to you that she bought drugs from Ishmael Garcia before, another name that you're going to hear. And you're going to see corroboration of that. You're going to see pawn tickets showing that she pawned jewelry at that time period. But what you're not going to see is any evidence that Kim Frain pawned those two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle. Instead, what you're going to see is evidence that it was the defendant who took the two long guns, taken from Chris Frain the week that he was gone out in Albany, when the defendant was in person at Chris's house and went over to hang out with Kim to get high, and came out of that house at some point with those two guns. Because even though there's no evidence that Kim pawned or did anything with those two long rifles, would you guess who's suddenly looking to sell a shotgun and an AR-15 on October 3rd, 2019? I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me up ASAP. Response: yo, if it's metal, I want it. You're going to hear how this Facebook message exchange occurred between this defendant's Facebook account and Mark Reed. Mark Reed is going to tell you that this is exactly what happened in these messages. That the defendant reached out to him, that he communicated with the defendant about the purchase of an AR-15 rifle and a shotgun with a grip. So this is Mark Reed on the left in gray, and you'll see the actual messages. You will see the images of the actual messages on the phone as we go through this trial. The defendant's response: it is, bro, the big boys. How much? Asks Mark. I can't hold it. First come, first serve, says the defendant. How much? I want. Well, which one do you want? Both of them? Or which one? I want the 12 gauge, but I don't got 3V. Then he checks back, cause 8, get a pick, and up and down. The defendant responds, I'll take it. How much? Asks Mark. I'll take a stick for the pump, but I also need like $80 in cash. You're going to hear Mark Reed explain that a stick refers to a stick of heroin or fentanyl. The defendant, a week that Chris's guns go missing, starts his communication with Mark Reed to sell those guns. Talks about the 12 gauge, and Mark Reed and negotiates a price for it. Mark Reed is going to tell you about those conversations he had with the defendant. You're going to see these Facebook messages back and forth from the defendant's account. Mark is going to tell you about what a stick means and what he thought he was buying from the defendant and what he was paying for it, for a stick of fentanyl and heroin. There's no game of telephone here, that a rumor mill goes from one person to one person to one person, something gets changed. You're going to hear from Mark. He was the customer that the defendant was negotiating with to buy the shotgun. But all good dealers have more than one potential buyer. So you're also going to hear from Kevin LaBelle. Kevin LaBelle, who's going to tell you how he went to the defendant's house where he was living on Guilford Street at the time, and the defendant offered to sell him the Mossberg pump-action black shotgun with a thumb hole stock to it, scope on the top. He also offered to sell him the AR-15. And you're going to hear how Kevin LaBelle bought that shotgun from this man's hands in exchange for drugs and cash, and then later on sold it back to him in exchange for more drugs. No game of telephone. Now, when you're listening to the witnesses in this case, you're going to have to decide for yourselves their credibility, whether or not they're telling you the truth. You've got to look at the whole picture. Ask yourself, does what I'm hearing from the defendant's customers, Mark Reed and Kevin LaBelle, does that add up? Is that corroborated? And the answer that we'll see is yes. What they're saying and what the other witnesses are saying is corroborated. Facebook messages, phone records, other witnesses will corroborate the fact that the defendant got these two long guns, the shotgun and the rifle, and on top of just possession or control, that he had stolen them from Chris Frain's house and he had moved them on. You're going to hear corroboration, like corroboration from the defendant's then wife, Kayla Montgomery, who saw the guns in the house while he was trying to sell them, as she was watching the kids and he was peddling the guns in the other room. You're going to hear corroboration from a gentleman by the name of Michael Sullivan, who saw the defendant with one of these long guns sticking out of the back butt of the gun, sticking out from underneath a covering. You're going to hear corroboration from different sets of neighbors, because when you're told no, the one thing you apparently like to do is brag that you broke the rules. And he bragged to his later neighbor about dealing in guns, owning an AR-15, when he was living at that time back on Guilford Street, and owning and selling guns there. You're going to hear corroboration from Facebook messages that he sent others, which were later recovered by police, and corroboration from a phone that the defendant had his account logged into that he thought he got rid of, but still showed his information in it. All of this and more, corroboration from people that the defendant surrounded himself with. And when you hear these witnesses, keep in mind, this is who he was friends with. These are people whom he associated with, who he did business with, who he boasted to, who he bragged to. He chose them. The state doesn't choose the witnesses. Evidence leads to the truth wherever it goes. And the evidence here all leads right back to Adam Montgomery. In this room, you're going to see the truth of those people that the defendant surrounded himself with. And that's all sides of the truth. You're going to hear from Kim Frain, who's going to talk to you about when she was addicted to drugs in 2019, who's going to admit to you about having pawned her husband's jewelry at the time. But you're also going to see corroboration how Chris Frain's guns never went to a pawn shop, and that the defendant brokered his own customers. You're going to hear from Kayla Montgomery, the defendant's wife, who lied for the defendant to protect him initially. Lied to the point of perjury. Sworn under oath, and she lied to protect him before. You'll hear about why or what she saw the defendant do with these guns and why she lied with them. Kayla Montgomery had a reason why she lied. She made a bad choice, an illegal one. She chose to help the defendant by not telling the truth when she was under oath, like she will be here, which is a crime called perjury. She's pled guilty to those crimes. She's gone to prison for those crimes, as she should have. And just like Kayla Montgomery was held responsible for her crimes, the defendant should be held responsible for the crimes that are charged here. Possession, and on top of that, obtaining, knowingly maintaining, and disposing of the stolen shotgun and the stolen rifle. But let's keep addressing the full picture of what you're going to see. The defendant's customers, Mark Reed, whom he messaged and talked with, Kevin LaBelle, whom he sold the shotgun to. These men weren't talking to a customer service rep from Riley's gun shop. They weren't down at Bass Pro Shops. You'll hear how they too have criminal records. They too themselves had been told, no, you cannot own a firearm. That's who the defendant picked as his customers to quickly move newly stolen guns. You're going to see how his actions fed on the underbelly, the soft targets, the people who knew he knew were interested in guns and that couldn't just walk into a store to buy them, and how they are not proud of their current situation. They're not proud of the situation where they are. Some of them, I'm sure you're going to see, are not happy to be here and do not want to testify. But the full picture includes hearing from these witnesses so you can look at them. You judge their credibility. You look them in the eye and decide whether or not they are telling you the truth. Witnesses have to take the stand. That's what they do here. The state's witnesses must go and take the stand, and you have to look them in the eye and judge their credibility. And whether what they say corroborates one or multiple of the different elements of those crimes that you're going to have instructed on at the end, you will see that there is no reasonable doubt that Adam Montgomery possessed and controlled these two long guns between the end of September of 2019 and the middle of October 2019, including the moments when he stole them from Chris Frain's house. He advertised them, showed them, peddled them as he held on to them. And when he sold or disposed of them to people who would knowingly buy an illegal firearm, a stolen firearm. The defense may ask you to believe some other witnesses about other guns, but you'll have heard by then some verifiable and corroborated facts. And in the end, you're going to believe Adam Montgomery. You're going to believe the defendant because he's the one who told others that he had these two long guns. He told his customers, he told his spouse, he told his neighbor, he told his friends, the people that he showed and sold and bragged about these guns to. At the very end of this case, my co-counsel Chris Knowles will have an opportunity to come up to talk with you, to recap the different evidence that we're going to hear during trial and to ask you to return a verdict of guilty. The process of this trial is incredibly important to everyone inside this room as well as everyone outside of this room because it's important for a good and a functioning society to have facts be shown, proof be given, and that you people decide whether the elements of the crime have been proven. The defendant didn't like to be told no, but we don't expect you to just say yes. Not in here. At the end of this trial, we expect that you will say guilty because the evidence shows that the defendant took these guns, had these guns, the shotgun and the rifle, when he had been told no. We expect that you will say guilty to hold him accountable for his actions beyond the mere armed career criminal, but also through to the taking and the stealing of those guns and the theft by unauthorized taking from Kim Frain's home, and as well as the receiving stolen property, for possessing or maintaining these guns when he knew that they were stolen, for selling and disposing of them when you see and you hear from who he sold them to and who he shopped them to. The defendant doesn't like to be told no, but we don't expect you to just say yes. We expect you to hold the state to its burden, to examine the witnesses and the facts, and then to find him guilty on all counts. Thank you very much for your time.
Just want to make sure everybody's okay here. Okay. I assume you still remember me. I'm Caroline Smith, and I got something very, very different to tell you about. Chris Frain came home from a shorter than normal business trip and discovered that his guns were missing. While he was gone on that shorter than normal business trip, his wife, Kim Frain, was left home with her cravings. While he was gone on that trip, Kimberly Frain did a lot of drugs. And at the end of the time that Chris was gone, she wanted more, and she had no money. And the guns ended up being the means that she used to get more drugs. They were not stolen from the Frain's residence. They were taken with Kim's knowledge. They were taken with Kim's permission. And they were taken by Ishmael Garcia with Kim's consent. As Chris Frain was talking to the police, Ishmael Garcia was reaching out to sell the guns. And one of the people he reached out to was Adam. And Adam reached out to others to help Ish. Adam tried to help Ish sell the guns. That's what he's called. Ishmael Garcia goes by Ish. Adam tried to help him, but he did not steal those guns. Ish did. Adam reached out to buyers for Ish. but he did not possess the guns. Adam tried to connect people interested in the guns with Ishmael, but he did not control those guns. Ishmael Garcia held on to those guns until the moment that he sold them to someone else. Unfortunately, the police didn't pay a lot of attention to those missing guns back in 2019. They didn't really pay any attention, or much attention, to those missing guns until 2022, when Adam was arrested and when they wanted to get Adam for more. People will give a lot of statements here in this courtroom, and you're going to learn that those statements changed over time. From 2019, when the original investigation into the guns happened, to 2022, when the police wanted Adam for the guns. People's statements changed dramatically in some cases, and a little bit in others, but they substantially changed what happened in 2019, when Ishmael Garcia took the guns. On September 29 is when Chris left for his trip. It was a business trip, a work trip, but he didn't come back on October 4th. He came back on October 2nd, and he discovered that his guns were missing. And what he will tell you is before he went on his trip on September 29, he looked under the bed and he checked, and both of his guns were there. And he went to the drawer and he checked, and both of the pistols were there, the .380 and the .45. And he'll tell you that when he came back on the 2nd, he checked under the bed, and his guns were missing. And he checked in the drawer, and the .380 was missing, but the .45 was still there. So he's trying to figure out throughout October 2nd what's going on. He confronts his wife. I don't know. She's got nothing to say. He looks around, tries to figure things out, cannot, calls the police on October 3rd. And the police arrive, and Chris tells the police that he was gone those days, that he checked before he left. He knew the guns were there. He checked when he came back, and 3 of the guns are missing, and 1 remains. And that was very strange to him. So he told him that he talked to his wife, Kim, and Kim said she knew nothing, must have been stolen. And he also had a list of other things that after he noticed his guns were missing, he went around the house more, and he found other things missing. His watch, that he thought was about $800 watch, a wedding ring, silver wedding ring, that he thought was about $1,000, speakers, and maybe some other stuff, but that was what he could list for the police, along with the .380, the Mossberg shotgun, and the AR-15 assault rifle. And he said that he confronted Kim, and at first she said she didn't know the guns were missing. She hadn't noticed it. And then she said she hadn't left home in the entire 3 days that he was gone. It must have been stolen. And Chris said he didn't see any sign of forced entry. He didn't see any signs of things moved around as if somebody is looking for valuables. And he didn't know. And Kim was just like, must have been stolen. She did not tell Chris that she had pawned the wedding ring, $1,000 wedding ring that she pawned in August for $50 and hadn't been able to get back from the pawn shop in those 2 months. She hadn't told him that she had gotten rid of his watch. She didn't tell him any of that. And when he confronted her with that list of items, must have been stolen. So then Chris called the police on the third, yeah. And he told the police all of his checking, and he said, and another weird thing is, the dog would not let somebody in here. The dog would be barking if somebody came into my house and stole items. The dog barks when people move around in the house. The dog made everything very suspicious. So Officer Brunelli spoke to Kim. She said, they must have been stolen. He confronted her with the dog and the condition of the house that Chris had told him that. She said she wasn't gone the whole time. She didn't know what happened. But as the officer confronted her more and more on the things that didn't quite add up, she said, well, she went to sleep on the couch with her 2-year-old daughter around 10. And then she woke up around 11 to take the dog out for nightly pee. And then went back to bed, and maybe she left the door unlocked. She must have left the door unlocked because when she woke up in the morning, the door was wide open. So that was her explanation. Must have been stolen. But she did not have an explanation for the officer about why the .45 is in the drawer and the .380 is gone. She didn't have an explanation, or didn't give one. There was an explanation. She didn't explain, actually all those things weren't really missing. I pawned some. I got rid of some. She didn't explain that. She was protecting herself with the police. And she couldn't explain how the dog didn't go crazy if somebody came in after she went to bed. So around the same time that the police are called and responding to this, Ishmael Garcia is trying to sell his guns, or the guns that he got. And he reached out to different people, and one of the people he reached out to was Adam, and Adam was not interested in buying the guns, but he knew people that might be. And so Adam reached out to people for Ish, and it was not a good thing to do. It was not the right thing to do, but that's what Adam did. But Ish had control of the guns, so one of the people that Adam was reaching out to was Mark Reed, and wanted to sell the guns, connect the two, but he said he acted as if these were my guns, and we're in a hurry. We need to move them fast. Let's go, Mark, come on. Mark doesn't move fast enough. Adam would like to have Mark, his friend Mark, have the gun, but Ishmael had sold it to somebody else by the time Mark and he were working things out for a price. Ishmael sold it to someone else. We'll address each bit of those text messages that you saw, because there was more to the text messages. Now, Ish also sold the AR-15, and that was sold before the communication between Adam and Mark was even done. That was gone pretty quickly. And after the report on October 3rd, Kim went to her friend Mike Sullivan's house. It's a place where she hung out. And she told Mike Sullivan that Ish and Manny had stolen the guns. And Mike went to Ish to talk to him about that and came back and was just shaking his head at Kim. And Kim started accusing other people of stealing her guns. One of the other people at Mike's was Adam. She accused him as well. And at some point she said, I got a video. That was laughed at. If there was a video, somebody would have been arrested. There was no video, and it was very clear at the time. But Kim couldn't own up to what she had done, because these people were somewhat friends of Chris too. So, the police go back to Chris. Officer Brunelli wants this investigation to go on, but there's nowhere to go as far as what he has. What he didn't know is that on October 22nd, 2 weeks after the guns were reported stolen, the AR-15 assault rifle was found. But it was never connected to Chris's guns, so this investigation into Chris's guns didn't know it had been found. It was off the street, but as far as the Manchester Police Department knew, it was still on the street. But in November of 2019, the police decided to close the case. They couldn't go any farther based on what Chris and Kim had told them. December 19, 2019, Kim Frain is arrested for drugs. And she doesn't want to go to jail, and she wants to go home, and she wants to turn things around, and she promises to turn things around. And the officer there asks about the guns. And she's got another story here. She says, oh, and she still, in that story, did not talk about Ish. She then gave a story that she moved the guns behind the couch to be close to her daughter. Chris and Kim had a 2-year-old daughter in the house as well. And in this story, she says, well, Adam came over that night and she fell asleep. And in this story, she woke up in the morning and Adam was still there. And so as she was leaving, she said in this story that she was going to work. And as she was leaving, she said, lock up when you leave, Adam. That was her second story. That wasn't true either. She didn't mention Ishmael Garcia. She didn't mention that she knew what happened to the guns. And then Mike Sullivan was arrested. He was arrested in January of 2020. And Mike Sullivan didn't want to go to jail. And Mike Sullivan did not want to have his kids taken away from him. And he will tell you he was threatened with that, with DCYF taking his kids. And he was promising, I'll do rehab, I'll give you whatever you want. And so they sat Mike Sullivan down to see what Mike knew about things that were going on in the neighborhood, that maybe if he could give them something important, they might work with him. And so Mike sat down with them and he told them everything he knew about, well, I can't say that. He told them about many different people in the area and things that they did wrong. And he said, Ish and Manny, that gun's from the house. When they followed up, what are you talking about? He said, Chris and Kim, I think he said Fran, they took the guns from the house. And he mentions Adam too. Pulls Adam in, give him as much as he can. And the police say, what guns? And he says the .380 or pistol, maybe, shotgun, and an AR-15. This is in January of 2020, where he identifies the people who used to own the gun, identifies Ish and Manny as people who took the guns, and pulls in Adam as well. And when they say, ask him, did you see a picture of the guns? He says, no, I held on to them. I held them. They did not follow up with the Frans after that. They did not reopen the gun case after that. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, they don't know that the AR-15 is safely in an evidence locker somewhere. As far as they know, there's still an assault rifle around Manchester missing. So then Adam is arrested on unrelated charges, and he's in jail. And the police reopened the investigation. There was a connection to Adam there, and they were going to make that connection. They were going to make it stick. Kim had said, Adam, we're going to get Adam for the guns. On February 6th, they learned that the .380 was also recovered much earlier, back in March of 2021. The .380 was the pistol. So that was also safely off the streets, but they didn't know it until they ran another NCIC check and discovered that. On February 12th they talked to Kim again, and this time Kim's story was that on the night before Chris got home, Adam came over hoping to get high with her. She was tired and he was too, so they went to sleep. And she said she woke up around 9 or 10 in the morning and the door was wide open and there was a crack pipe on the counter. And she said some of the guns were in the bedroom and some of the guns were under the couch. Ish Garcia's name came up during that interview, and she said she was somewhat familiar with him. She didn't say that Ish was her dealer, but she did say, well, maybe Adam and Ish could have sold the guns. But she was keeping Ishmael as far away from her story as she could, given that she had to answer the questions. On February 14, the police learned about the Stag AR-15, that it had been recovered 2 weeks after, give or take, 2 weeks after the guns had been taken from the Fran's house. There was a switch on a number, on a serial number. They caught that, ran it through NCI again, and they had the gun. And it had been safely off the streets for a long time. On March 1st, the police went to Mark Reed. And Mark Reed said, yeah, he had wanted to buy the gun. Still had the Facebook messages. You can look at them. And didn't work out. It got sold before he could buy the gun. Then on March 11, they talked to Kayla. This is Adam's estranged wife. She was incarcerated at the time, too. And before the police talked to her, she had talked to her attorney about what they wanted to talk to her about. She already knew. She'd also talked to another friend, Tara Hebert, who knew that Adam, the investigation in the guns was going on. So she did not protect Adam. She protected herself. She said, yeah, Adam went over to Kim's. I remember the guns being stolen. Adam went over to Kim's, and when he came back, he said the door was wide open and Kim was asleep. And she also mentioned Ish and Manny. And she said, well, they were accusing each other of doing that. I remember, but I don't really know anything. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. She was protecting herself, but she was willing to say, yeah, go for Adam. Adam was over at Kim's that night. And on March 21, after that, oh, and she also recalled that Adam was gone for about 20 minutes when he went to Kim's. Not overnight. On March 21, Kim Frain testified before a grand jury. She started to give us similar events, but at this time, instead of being somewhat familiar with Ish Garcia, she had to admit they hung out, they did drugs together, and if she needed drugs, he would come by and sell her crack. He was her drug dealer. And when she was asked at that grand jury, did Ishmael Garcia ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns? And she said, not that I saw. No. More questions on that, and she said, well, I like the .45 and I would take that with me. So if he ever held it, it was when I had it with me. He could have held one of the guns then, my .45. She said that while she was sober, under oath. She's recently admitted that she used to let Ishmael Garcia take her car and his .380 while Chris was out of town. On March 30 or 31, no, there is no 30. Anyway, the end of March, Mike Sullivan is arrested. That story that he had talked to the police about in January of 2020, that was supposed to take care of the charge, but Mike didn't do what he was supposed to do. and he fled the jurisdiction, or at least fled the court, would not show up in court. And he will tell you that he left because he was scared, because one of the people that he gave information on had been arrested, and he was afraid that that person would read through and discover he had given information, and he was scared, so he left. But because he left that jurisdiction, those cases stayed. And so when he was arrested, he wanted to give information so that he could get that deal back, so that this case could go away. And so he knew that the police wanted to talk about Adam, knew Adam had been arrested, and so he gave a different story from what he said in January of 2020. And he kind of implicated Ish, and he implicated Adam, but he definitely had Adam selling a shotgun. And he embellished that story a bit about the shotgun. And so the police say, great. And he describes how he knows that Adam sold this shotgun, because he didn't touch him or anything. But he was with Adam when Adam drove to this place where he did an exchange with somebody else. And yeah, I could identify who that person was. I don't know right now, but if you showed me a photo, I would know. And yeah, I know where that place was. Yeah, I know where that place is. So the police take him up on it. All right, let's go. Let's find that place. And they take Sullivan on a ride around. No result. Nope. You can't figure it out. They don't bother with the photo lineup with Mike Sullivan. So, Mike appeared for another story, or another statement after that. This statement was under oath, and his story changed again. And when he was caught in March into April, he was kind of in a bad way. He was a little bit better off mentally, off drugs, for that other statement. And he knew that the police wanted Adam, but he couldn't remember exactly what he had told him before. So he probably got a little bit closer to the truth when he was talking about Ishmael Garcia then. But he couldn't remember all that he said, so it became a different statement again. On April 1st, Adam was charged with stealing or receiving 2 of the 3 guns that went missing at the same time. No one was charged with the 3rd. On June 3rd, Kayla went to the grand jury as well, but she wasn't asked about the guns by the prosecutors at that grand jury. She wasn't asked about that case. And after she had given her statement to the police that she knew was coming, that she volunteered to do after talking to her attorney, she was charged with receiving guns. The 2 guns that Adam Montgomery was charged with, Kayla was charged with. And she will tell you, and has always said, she never held, never controlled, never managed, never disposed of those guns. And the police didn't have, well, she will say when she gave her story, no, none of this was. And throughout this time, she will tell you, I never controlled, held, owned, possessed, managed, disposed, nothing with those guns. I was in the house and all I wanted to do was get high. But she was charged on June 3rd. And after she was charged, or knew she was, June 3rd? I think I have that wrong, but I'll figure it out later. We'll get it as the facts are presented at trial. But on June 3rd, after she had been charged with that, she talked to the police and gave them a different story, giving them more of Adam. They want Adam, they get Adam. Other people have implicated Adam since. Kevin LaBelle bought the gun, bought the shotgun. You're going to hear how his story changed too, very much so, from when the police first spoke to him in 2022. And you can see why the state wouldn't want to just rely on these witnesses who keep changing their stories. So the police do send the AR-15, the Stag AR-15. They do send it to lab for DNA testing and for fingerprint testing. Let's get science to see if it can back this up. You won't hear anything about DNA or fingerprints connecting Adam to that AR-15. But there were results on the fingerprints for sure. Nothing to connect Adam. People can say after the fact what they want for their own reasons. But real evidence in this case is what was going on in 2019 when there wasn't this focus specifically to get Adam. And that connection to Adam was not made except shortly after by Mike Sullivan when he talked about Ishmael and Manny taking the guns and Adam there, a part of it. Adam's part was to help Ish either connect him with buyers or have somebody to buy the gun for Ish. At no time did Adam possess the gun. Ishmael held on to the guns until he sold them. At no time did Adam control the guns. Ishmael decided who would buy the guns. At no time did Adam manage the guns, and he did not dispose of the guns. Those were Ishmael's actions, and Adam did a very bad thing by contributing to it to the extent that he did. But he didn't steal the guns, he didn't possess them, he didn't control them, and he's not guilty of what he's charged with here. Thank you.
Right, council approach for 1 minute, please. Yes, okay. Oh, hold on, Attorney Gotti. and gentlemen, in a minute, we're going to begin the evidence, and the state will call its first witness. If this is a good time to stand and stretch, you're welcome to do that. These days can be long, and I do recognize that sometimes there are moments where people feel sleepy or a little more tired. I don't have any issue. If you need to stand for a moment and you want to do that, or even just stay standing, if you want to come down and stand by the rail, if you feel yourself getting tired, in the middle of testimony, you're welcome to do that, okay? So the most important thing is that everybody's alert and listening to the evidence. I think the state needs just a minute. If you want to stand and take a stretch right now, that would be fine. When you're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna begin with the evidence. The state will call its first witness. As I say, if you feel yourself getting tired and you need to stand down by the rail, that's fine.
Ron, the state calls Mr. Christopher Frain to the stand. Why don't you start there? Mr. Frain, when you get to the stand, you will remain standing just for a brief minute. I'd like to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Frain, I'm going to stand back here just because I want to make sure that the end jurors are going to be able to hear you. But if you cannot hear me at any point in time, please just ask me to speak up and I'll be glad to do so, okay?
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Frain, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Chris Frain, F-R-A-I-N,
And Mr. Frain, where do you currently live? What city?
Manchester.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
My whole life.
Whole life. Okay, and how old are you now?
40.
All right. So been here for 40 years.
Yes.
All right. What are some of the different kinds of jobs that you've had during your lifetime?
I've been a mechanic. I did waterproofing, and now I work for a highway department.
Highway department. And how far did you go in school?
A little bit of college.
Okay. And what was that for? What were you studying in college?
Automotive repair.
All right. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your spouse's name?
Kim.
Kim. Same last name, Kim
Yes.
Frain? Are you still currently married?
No.
All right. When did the two of you split?
March of 20.
March of 2020? Okay. Back in 2019, what were you doing for work then?
I was working for Venture Construction.
Okay. And what type of construction work does Venture do?
Waterproofing, bridges and stuff like that.
What does that entail? What kind of, like, for your day-to-day, what does that look like when you were with them?
Usually the job site's at a different state. Drive there, and if they want us to work for the week, we stay the week, or however it works out.
Okay. And you stay out there, you stay at the job site or a hotel nearby, I take it?
Yes.
All right. In September and October of 2019, did any of your jobs there take you to a place around Queensbury, New York?
Yes.
Right. What was the job?
We were putting high friction surface on a couple of bridge decks.
A couple of bridge decks? Is that the top of the deck or top of the bridge or the bottom of the bridge?
Yes, to the top.
Okay. And what was your normal work schedule back then? Where were you on any given day?
On the bridge
Okay.
in Queensbury.
And how about, and that was a bad question for me, I apologize. What days were you working?
We would leave from home on Sunday and work Monday through Friday and come home after work.
Okay. When you were gone at work while you were working on this, this spot, at this bridge, excuse me, in Queensbury, New York. When you did that, who was living at home during the week? Who was at your home when you were not there?
Kim and my young daughter.
And did you have any firearms or any guns in the house?
Yes.
All right. What guns did you own in the home?
I have a HK-45 pistol. I had a Ruger LCP. I had an AR-15 and a 12-gauge shotgun.
12-gauge shotgun. Do you remember the brand of that shotgun?
Mossberg,
What color was it?
black.
And did you have any attachments to that shotgun?
It had a scope on it.
So that's a scope for folks. Could you please explain for the jury what a scope is for people who might not be familiar with firearms?
It's like a mini telescope that you look through to help focus on the target.
Okay. And did it have, what are some of the other features of the shotgun? So, for example, the grip or the stock that goes into your arm. Could you describe that for the jury?
It had a thumb hole buttstock. You could put your thumb through it and get a better grip.
And did it have any other sort of attachments on the side of it?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And separate from that, do you recall whether it had the ability, how many rounds that it would hold?
I believe 4.
What kind of shotgun was this? Was this like one of the ones where you kind of pump it to fire
Yes.
one, or that's what it was?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you said that you also owned a AR-15,
Yes,
correct?
Stag Arms Model 2.
Stag Arms Model 2. That's the brand name, Stag Arms?
Yes.
Did that also have an optic on it or a sight on it?
Yes, a Romeo 7.
Romeo 7. Okay. And finally, you said you had a Ruger firearm as well.
Yes,
Is that a long gun or is that a pistol?
pistol.
Pistol. Where, I want to talk with you for a moment about the shotgun and the rifle. Where did you normally store those guns in your house?
They were under my bed, wrapped up in a blanket.
Wrapped up in a blanket?
Yes.
Okay. And they were under your bed. How many bedrooms did you have in your house?
4.
4? Okay. And at the time, were you and Kim living in the same bedroom?
Yes.
How long had you owned the rifle?
Maybe a month. I just got it.
Where'd you get it from?
My youngest brother.
Youngest brother?
Yes.
What's his name?
Connor.
Connor. Your Honor, it's my understanding with the defendant's agreement, I'd like to strike the state's identification on State's Exhibit 6.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 6. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Frain, I'm showing you what's marked State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
That's me holding my AR.
Okay. How long had you had the gun again?
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month or so? All right. And so this was taken, what, in that same frame, that same fall of 2019?
Yeah, that was the weekend before I had him stolen.
The weekend before it was stolen? Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury.
Yes, you may.
So this is taken just a week before this gun is stolen from you? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that it did have an optic that was attached to it. I believe you said a Romeo 7.
Yes.
Is that a brand name or is that a style or
It's a model.
it's a model? Your Honor, at this time, we'd also ask, with understanding with the defendants, With no objection, we'd ask the identity stricken on statement.
No objection, correct?
No, Your Honor.
The ID is stricken. Exhibit 33 is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Frain, you said that that was a Stag Arms Model 2, correct?
Yes, correct.
And I'm going to show you now what's been marked State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that rifle?
Yes.
And with regards to this, what am I holding here from the rifle box?
A Sig Romeo 7.
Okay. Is that yours?
Yes.
So this was your rifle?
Yes.
Could you describe a little bit for the optic? You said that it was telescopic?
No, that is just an electronic red dot that helps you aim and focus on the target real quick.
The one for the shotgun, did it work the same way that this one works to be able to put a dot on something?
That was more telescopic,
That was more telescopic, okay. Was it bigger or smaller than this one?
bigger.
Bigger. Permission to publish the rifle to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes,
Just
you-
to demonstrate, I will leave it in the box.
Yes.
Excuse me. Mr. Frain, do you mind if I leave these here in front of you? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you. When you went away for the week, Mr. Frain, on the week of September 29th, and you came back later that week, was that a full week of work or was it a short week?
Full week.
Full week? And when you came back, when did you realize that this gun was stolen?
Shortly after I got home
Shortly after you got home.
that night,
How did you find out it was stolen?
I went looking for them
And could you explain to the jury, why did you go looking for them?
because I was supposed to go target shooting with my brother the next day. I was going to clean them.
Okay. And you were gonna clean them before going?
Correct.
Thank you very much for allowing me to use this space.
You're welcome.
What about your Mossberg shotgun? Was that there when you went looking for it as well that day?
No.
I don't have a shotgun to show you. Do you know if that shotgun was ever recovered? or ever
I don't
found?
know.
You said that you had, one of the other guns that we talked about a moment ago was the .380, the pistol that you said you had. Was that also kept under the bed in blankets?
No, that was kept in a drawer.
Kept in a drawer? In which room?
My bedroom.
And was that there when you went to look the day you came home?
It was not.
A lot of times people think about things being burglarized from them, and they think about what they see on TV. How did your house look when you got home? Were things,
It looked pretty much the way I left it.
okay. Did you see any sign of a broken glass or a broken door?
No.
Anything else that, you know, people might think about when they think about a smash or a break-in or something like that?
Nothing.
Nothing like that. Did you discover that anything else was missing from the house?
Yeah, my watch and a few other miscellaneous things.
And later on, did you find out what happened to the watch and the other miscellaneous things?
No. I heard that Kim pawned some of it, but I don't know exactly what.
Okay. So, yeah, I just want to ask you about what you saw or what you know, not necessarily what you've heard.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay, all right. So, when did you call police after you discovered that these were missing?
I discovered it late at night, so I called the following morning.
And what number did you call for the police? 911, business
No.
line? Or
I think I called the business line. It wasn't 911.
When the police officer came to your house, did he come that same day that you called?
Yes.
And did you share with them the details about what you knew about the guns, where you had last seen them, all of that sort of information?
Yes.
And did that include eventually making sure that they knew the serial number of your gun?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. I want to recap, Mr. Frain, briefly. So with regards to that rifle and the black Mossberg shotgun, those two you found when you came back after a full week's worth of work?
Yes.
And did you ever find those two guns?
No.
In fact, until we looked at that there, when was the last time you saw that rifle?
When I
Just
shot,
now.
when I shot it that day.
The week before they were missing?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Frain. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Good morning, Mr. Frain. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm Robin Davis. So I just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions to your testimony before the state this morning. So you indicated that back in 2019, you and your wife Kim and your daughter were all living in Manchester
Correct.
on Russell Street.
Correct.
And as part of your work, you left your residence on September 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a Sunday night.
Yes.
As you indicated, you leave on a Sunday and arrive on a Friday.
Correct.
So Monday, Tuesday, you were gone.
Correct.
And in fact, you returned on October 2nd, which was a Wednesday, correct?
I thought it was a Friday, but
Okay.
it was
Well-
4 years ago.
We agree that Sunday was September 29th.
Okay, yes.
Okay, that's when you left.
Yes.
And then Monday would have been the 30th.
Yes.
October 1st would have been Tuesday.
Yes.
And then October 2nd, when you said you discovered the firearms were missing, that would have been a Wednesday.
Okay, yes.
All right. And you indicated that you had utilized those firearms at the range with a friend on September 28th.
Correct.
And so on September 28th, you knew that both of the long guns, the AR-15 and the shotgun, were in your home.
Yes.
And in fact, you returned them to their location under your bed,
Correct.
wrapping them in blankets.
Yes.
And that's where you stored them.
Yes.
And you also checked the dresser drawer for the .380
Yes.
and the .45.
Yes.
And those were also located in your bedroom,
Yes.
and they were in the same dresser drawer.
Yes.
And then you left on your trip, and when you returned on October 2nd, you again checked for those weapons, correct?
Yes.
You were going shooting again.
Yes.
And there were no weapons under your bed.
Correct.
Were the blankets there?
Yes.
The blankets were still under the bed,
They were
just empty.
empty.
And you then checked your dresser drawer for the handguns.
Correct.
And one of the handguns, the .380, that was missing.
Yes.
But the .45 was still in the drawer.
Yes.
And that caused a little suspicion for you, didn't it?
Yes.
Because you were told that those firearms were stolen.
Yes.
and yet the person that may have stolen one of the handguns left the other.
Yes.
And that was curious to you, wasn't it?
Yes.
And what was the value of those guns? Do you know? I know that you bought them. And
Correct.
who did you buy them from?
The 45 I got from Shooter's Outpost. The Ruger I got from a friend of mine. And the shotgun I got from another friend, and the rifle I got from my brother.
So 3 of them were private sales
Yes.
amongst individuals, and 1 was from Shooter's Outpost.
Correct.
And what was the value of the AR-15?
Somewhere around $800, I believe.
Okay. And how about the rifle?
Couple $100.
Okay. And how about the handguns?
Oh, the 45 was $1,000. The 380, I think I paid $150 for it.
Okay. So the 45 was actually the more expensive
Correct.
handgun, and that's the one that was left behind.
Yes.
Okay. And you've already indicated this, but these guns were just stored in your home. They weren't locked,
No.
and there was no safe,
No.
no safeguards on them.
No.
Okay. So anyone that was in the house could have located those guns.
Yes.
And you indicated to the police when you reported the guns missing that the only person that knew where they were was your wife, Kim.
Correct.
And at that time, Kim indicated to you that she knew nothing.
Correct.
And you had no knowledge that anyone else had been in the house.
No.
But you were still suspicious of Kim.
Yes.
And you knew that prior to this, items had been missing from your home
Yes.
and money.
Yes.
And had you approached Kim about that?
Yes.
And did she indicate she had taken them?
Sustained.
And was she able to give you any information about them?
At first, no.
Okay. And you also knew that Kim was using drugs at that time,
Yes.
and you were concerned about that.
Yes.
And when you located or discovered that the firearms were missing, you also discovered that there were additional items missing.
Correct.
Okay? And you mentioned a watch.
Yes.
That was about $800.
Yes.
And your wedding ring?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned later that that had been pawned by Kim.
Yes.
And once you had reported it to the police in October, you didn't have contact with the police again until November, the next month.
Correct.
And at that time, they asked you if you had located the firearms.
Sustained.
They hadn't located the firearms at that point.
Right.
And they also indicated that the case was going to be closed.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you speak with the police again regarding the firearms
Yes.
in 2019?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that your wife got arrested in 2019?
Yes.
And that was for drugs.
Yes.
And the next time you spoke with the police was February 14th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was almost 2 years after your guns went missing?
Correct.
And on this date, you had learned that Kim had not been truthful with you.
Correct.
And the contact that you had with them in February 14th of 2022, they wanted to speak with you about the missing guns.
Yes,
And you indicated to them that you still didn't know who had the missing guns.
correct.
And that wasn't true, was it?
No,
Because you had had contact with Adam Montgomery.
I did, yes.
And he indicated
Sustained.
you had learned that Ishmael Garcia,
Sustained.
had you learned,
Counsel, approach. Sustained.
after you continued to speak with the police, you told them that you knew that Ish Garcia was the one that had the weapons.
No.
On February 14th?
I told them, Adam told me that,
Yes.
but I didn't take it. I took it with a grain of salt.
So that didn't concern you?
Not coming from him.
Okay. But you never shared that information with the police, did you?
When I was interviewed, yes.
But before that, the conversation happened before that, a year
Right.
before that.
I did not. You're right.
So the conversation happened a year before
Yes.
you had this interview with the police.
Yes.
And you did not share that information at that time with the police.
I did not.
And it wasn't until they wanted to talk to you a year later in 2022 that you shared that information.
Yes.
And you told them the reason you didn't share that information, didn't you?
Yes.
And that information, you didn't share that information because you were actually scared of the person.
Yes.
You had met Ishmael Garcia,
Yes.
and that was not a pleasant interaction, was it?
No.
And you weren't looking forward to having a second interaction with him.
No.
And in fact, the word you used with the police was that you were scared of him.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Voting, is it okay if I can just ask the council table?
You can stay where you are.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple quick follow-up questions to what you were just asked a moment ago. I think that there's maybe a little bit of confusion that I have, but I want to make sure that it's clear. You testified on direct examination that you had worked a full week when you were gone out to that Queensbury job that week. And a moment ago, it sounded like you were saying you were back on Wednesday, October 2nd.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly
Okay.
what day and time I got home.
Okay, but let me just ask, generally, without knowing a specific day, do you feel like that you worked a full week or that it had been less than a full week? Or, and if you don't know, you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Next question that I have for you is that you said that when you looked back underneath the bed, that some of the blankets there were still there.
Yes.
All of the blankets there, or just some of the blankets there?
Nope, it was only two and they were both there.
They were both there. Right, thank you for that. You were asked a moment ago by counsel whether or not at one point you were suspicious of your wife Kim on taking these two long guns.
Yes.
Are you still suspicious of Kim taking the long guns now?
No.
And you were also asked a moment ago about having conversations with Adam Montgomery. Is he in the courtroom here today?
Yes,
Where is he seated? Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing for us?
he's wearing a white shirt.
If the record please reflect the witness is pointing and has identified the
The record shall so reflect.
thing. You said when he told you about where the long guns had gone, I believe you testified a moment ago that you took that with a grain of salt,
Yes, and not the long guns, the 380.
the 380, but you took it with a grain of salt?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Frain, you reported the missing guns on October 3rd. Do you remember that now?
Yes.
Okay, because there was a police report generated,
Yes.
correct? And did you get a copy of that police report?
Yes.
Okay. So if it says October 3rd, that would be the correct date,
Yes.
2019.
Yes.
And therefore, you had discovered the weapons missing on October 2nd.
Correct.
And it was late at night, so you waited to call the police.
Yes.
Okay. And the state had asked if you were suspicious that Kim took the guns, and you indicated you're not now.
No.
Were you suspicious that she knew who took the guns?
Yes.
And she may have been aware when the guns were taken?
Yes.
All set, Your Honor. We would ask this witness to be excused, please.
You may step down. Any objection to his being excused? You may be excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:35, so we're 10:37. So this is a good time to take our mid-morning break. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we will be back to resume testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Sorry. Counsel, approach for just 1 minute. Fifteen minutes, everybody.
Frain.
Careful the wires. Be careful around here.
Kim, before you said that you could just remain, or you can stand and just raise your right hand and repeat, or I'm going to administer the oath.
Got it.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of the law?
Yes.
Okay, and then just some quick formalities. Can you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Kimberly Frain.
Yes? You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So I just asked, can you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Kimberly Frain, Kimberly Frain.
And, ma'am, I'm going to ask you to please keep your voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to be able to hear you.
Do you mind if I call you Kim?
That's fine.
Okay, is that what you go by?
Yes.
So, Kim, there's a microphone right in front of you. Everything that you say is being recorded. I'm just going to ask that you get a little closer to it because it's
Got
difficult
it.
to hear. Okay, that's much better. If at any point you can't hear me, let me know. I'm a little loud, so.
Okay.
Okay. Can you tell us your date of birth
6/13/86.
and how old are you?
36.
And just now you had a mask on that was taken off.
Yeah.
It sounded like you didn't want to take that off.
No.
Why's that?
I have a job. I wear a mask every day. I work in healthcare. COVID. I was just dealing with someone who had COVID over there 5 minutes ago. So
Okay. Where do you currently live?
I live in Meredith, New Hampshire.
And who do you live there with?
My parents.
Anyone else?
My daughter.
How old is your daughter?
She's 6.
And prior to living in Meredith, where were you living?
With my ex, Chris Frain, in Manchester.
What was that address in Manchester?
252 Russell Street.
How long had you lived there?
Probably 6 years.
You mentioned Chris Frain.
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably 7 years, 8 years now.
Do you have a child with him?
Yes.
Is that the daughter you mentioned?
Yes.
And what were the years that you lived on Russell Street in Manchester?
I don't know.
Were you living there in 2019?
Yes.
And when did you leave that address?
2 years ago, maybe 3.
So back in 2019, and I want to focus on late 2019, September, October, who was living in that home with you on Russell Street?
Me, Chris, and my daughter.
Did you have any pets?
Yes, my dog,
What was your dog's name?
Jack.
And tell me about Jack. What kind of dog was Jack?
He's like a pit bull mix, and he's brown. He's a big dog.
Was he a guard dog?
Yeah. Say, he barks.
And let's talk about that. When people would come, would he bark, come to the house?
Yes.
Always or just sometimes?
Always. Like, annoyingly always.
So, and you mentioned this briefly, what do you currently do for work? How are you employed?
I work in healthcare and I work at a hospital.
What hospital do you work at?
I don't want to say.
Okay. But you're in healthcare.
Yes.
How long have you worked in that field?
2 years.
Same hospital?
Same hospital.
And so I want to focus back on September, October 2019. Were you working in healthcare back then?
No.
Can you tell me what your life was like back then?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts. Me and Chris didn't get along. We were both into bad things. We were in both bad places then. Wasn't a good time in my life.
So you said you were into bad things, you were at a bad place,
Yeah.
and I want to suss that out. I want to talk about it a little bit more. What do you mean when you say you were in a bad place?
I was doing drugs. He was doing drugs. Bad things were happening all around us.
When you say you were doing drugs, what drugs were you using?
Heroin and cocaine.
Did you ever use crack?
That too. Yep.
And back then, how did you support that habit?
I was working at the time.
And you mentioned you were working at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah.
Which Dunkin' Donuts were you working at?
Beach Street.
Beach Street.
Beach.
Are there things that you did back then that you regret?
Yep.
Can you tell me
Yes.
about that?
Everything I did, I regret.
Yes. The objection is sustained. You can rephrase the question.
You mentioned you were doing drugs. Is that something that you regret from back then?
Yes.
Were you heavy into drugs back then?
Yes.
And you mentioned that back in 2019, your daughter would have been 2 years old.
Yes.
Do you want those things becoming public?
No.
How do you feel about having that time in your life, that dark time, becoming public?
It's the last place I want to be right now. It's right here, right now.
You don't want to be here,
No.
and you don't want this information coming out to
No.
your coworkers.
Right. All my friends, my new life I created. I moved away from Manchester to get away from it all. Now it's all back.
Are you ashamed of this period in your life?
Yes.
Are you currently sober?
Yes.
What did it take for you to become sober?
I went to rehab, and when I got out of rehab, I moved back in with my parents, my daughter, and I did like an outpatient program for like a year. I did meetings. Then eventually got a job.
You had mentioned you took yourself out of the situation.
Yes.
That was being in Manchester.
Yes.
How long have you been sober?
3 years in March.
So back in that time frame that we were talking about earlier, September, October 2019, who would you associate with?
Just want me to like name them?
Please.
Like friends? Well, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts with Kayla and Adam, and I hung around some not great people, like Ish and Manny and Mike and Amber.
And so I want to follow up on a few of the names you just mentioned, but first, so you were working at the Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street, is that what you had mentioned?
Yeah. Well, there was two of them. One was Beach Street, and then there was one that was in Irving Station.
Okay, and I think you mentioned you worked with Kayla.
Yes.
Who is Kayla?
Kayla Montgomery.
How long have you known her?
I don't know her like anymore, but when we worked together, we known each other for a couple of years. We were both pregnant at the same time together.
So you were working together, you were pregnant.
Yeah.
Did you have a drug connection with Kayla?
It turned into that, yeah.
You mentioned Adam.
And Adam,
How did you know Adam?
work.
And who is Adam?
Adam is Kayla's ex,
Do you know his last name?
Montgomery.
Okay. And you said, I think you said you worked with him at one point?
Yeah, he worked with us too for a little while.
And is that how you knew him, or was it more through Kayla?
Both.
I'm sorry?
Both, like, we worked together and I knew him from Kayla.
And so back to Kayla, how would you describe your relationship with her?
We hung out like a few times. Like, I babysat her kids like once or twice. We didn't hang out like a lot.
Okay.
I give them rides to work and home after work.
Do you know where they were living back then?
Yes, but I can't remember.
Was it in Manchester?
Yes.
About how far from where you were living were they?
Like 10 minutes
And that's a 10-minute drive?
drive.
Did you have a drug connection with Adam Montgomery?
Yeah, I'd call him and see if he could find anything.
Would you use drugs with him?
Yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Adam Montgomery?
Just like acquaintances, drug friends.
I'm going to ask you,
Sorry.
you need to speak up. Okay, thank you.
Did you have items taken from your home back in 2019?
Yes,
Was that October 2019?
yes.
Were you and your husband, did you go in to report a theft?
Yes.
So can you just tell us what happened that led to you reporting that?
Yeah, Chris went to work and he was gone for like a week. And when he came back, he noticed his guns were gone. And so he reported them. And then when the police showed up, Chris called me and had me also talk to them that day to report them.
So what items were taken?
3 guns, a watch, and I don't know what else.
Was a men's silver wedding band initially reported as being
I
taken?
think Chris reported it stolen, but it wasn't. I had pawned it like months before.
So it wasn't one of the items taken during this
No.
incident? Did you subsequently clarify that with the police?
Yeah,
Do you remember when that was?
no. When they asked me, I told them.
Judge, I'm going to move to drag because it's been identified as exhibit 7A through marked as full.
Any objection? No objection. All right. Exhibit 7A through E, the ID is stricken and they're entered as a full exhibit.
And may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
And so, Kim, I'm handing you what's been marked, or I'm handing you exhibits 7A through E.
Attorney Knowles, if I could just ask, is the ID not yet stricken on those?
No.
All right, so let me just ask for the monitor, if you would give them to the monitor first, you can strike the ID, mark them as full, and then I'll have you show them to the witness. Thank you.
So, Kim, I'm handing you exhibit 7A through E, and I just want you to look at each of those in turn and describe what they depict. So, what are those documents?
The ring that I pawned. And that's me. That's my ID. And that's my signature.
Okay, and when did you pawn that ring?
August 5th, 2019.
And you said that that's you in the photo?
That's me.
That's the ring that you'd pawned?
Yes.
And I think you initially mentioned, or I think you mentioned that you had clarified that subsequently with the police.
Yes.
You can just set those aside for now. So we're describing this incident where items were taken from your home. Did that have an effect on your life at the time?
Yeah, it was like the worst thing that could happen because it created, it was a robbery at our house where my daughter lives, so DCYF got involved. They tried to take my daughter away. It was a nightmare.
Okay, and so I want to unpack the events that you described.
Okay.
You said that your husband was out of town,
Yes.
and can you just describe when he left?
I don't remember exactly when he left, but he always left for work and would come back a few days later.
And
He
what
traveled a lot for his job.
what would you typically do when he was out of the home?
I'm sorry.
What would you typically do when he was out of the home?
Work. I don't understand that question.
You'd continue to work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang out with friends, work.
And so on this occasion, did you hang out with friends at your home?
Yes.
Who did you hang out with?
Adam came over one night.
Do you know how he got there?
He drove.
And had he been to your home prior to that occasion?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say?
Maybe like 3 or 4 times.
And that night, did he come by himself or was he with other people?
He was by himself
And why was he there?
because we wanted to try to get some drugs together.
And was there more to that plan? Were you going to do the drugs together?
Probably, yeah.
What were you trying to get that night?
Crack.
Earlier, you'd mentioned Kayla. Was she there that night?
No.
And can you just describe for us, how did he get to your home? So from the moment he entered,
Like I called him and he came, drove over, and I let him in the house.
when you let him in, was that in the front door or the back door?
Front door.
And what did you do when he arrived?
We went into the living room, and I remember just sitting on the couch, and we couldn't find. Do you want me to say that like the whole night?
So you're at the point where you let him in, you're sitting on the couch. What
Yeah.
happened next?
Then I remember looking over at him, and he was like half asleep, and I had been up for like 3 days at that time, and I remember just closing my eyes. And when I woke up in the morning, he was gone.
Before you had Adam over that night, had you seen those guns?
Yeah,
Okay, do you remember when you had last seen them?
I don't.
But it was after Chris Frain left, your husband?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember telling officers that you had stubbed your toe while you were making the bed on the guns that week?
Oh, probably.
Do you remember
that though?
Remember?
No.
Um, do you remember who you contacted for drugs that night?
No.
Who was your typical connection?
There was lots of people. There was Mike, there was Ish, there was Adam.
Those are all people that you had bought from?
Yes.
When you say Ish, do you know his name?
No.
When you say Mike, do you know his last name?
Yes, now I do.
What is his last name?
Sullivan.
So, at what point in time, I just want to understand the timeline, at what point in time did you contact individuals? Was it after Adam got there or before?
I don't know.
And did you reach out to Adam Montgomery or did he reach out to you?
I don't remember.
When Adam arrived, you said you let him in your front door. Did your dog bark?
I would assume so. He always barks.
Was your daughter home at the time?
Yes.
And what was she doing?
Sleeping.
She would have been 2 around that time?
Yeah.
How was Adam acting when he got to your home?
Normal self.
And do you remember around what time he arrived?
No. It was like late at night. I remember that, but I don't know what time.
I think you mentioned that you looked over at him and he looked like he was half asleep.
Yeah.
How long had he been in your home at that point?
Maybe like an hour, 2.
I think you also mentioned that you'd been up for a few days, 3 days.
Yes.
Why were you up for so long?
Because that's what drugs do to you. Keep you awake.
So you'd been using drugs for the past 3 days at that point?
Yes.
At some point, do you believe you fell asleep?
Yes.
And what was the last thing you remember before that happened?
I just remember looking over at him and he looked tired and we had the TV on, just watching TV.
Where were you in the house at that point?
I was on the couch and he was in the chair.
And the firearms that we were just discussing, where were they in your home?
Under the bed and in Chris's drawer, I believe.
Did you wake up at some point?
I woke up in the morning.
And describe what you saw when you woke up.
I woke up in the morning, Adam was gone. I went out into the kitchen and there was a pipe left on the table with like drugs still in it, which was weird because we didn't have anything that night, so that was weird. Then I went out onto the breezeway and there's like a back porch and that door was wide open. And I thought that was weird, but I just shut the door and went on with my day.
And at that point, had you realized that anything was missing?
No,
At some point, did you realize that items were missing?
when Chris got home and he looked for them.
And would that have been the next day, or is that the day where you
I think
woke
it
up
was a day or two later
that Chris got home?
when Chris got home.
And describe Chris coming home and realizing the guns were missing.
He came home and he looked under the bed and he couldn't find them and I helped him. We just like looked everywhere around the house and then he got really mad once he realized they were really gone and he started throwing things down the stairs and throwing things across the house and he was very mad. And then we went to bed. And then he called them the next day to the police.
He called the police the next day?
Yeah.
Were you there when he called the police?
I wasn't when he first called, but the police said to have me come there. So Chris called me and I drove over there.
Okay. And I think you said that when he got back, you realized the guns were really gone?
Yeah,
Guns are we talking about?
all 3 guns.
Okay. And do you know what types of guns they were?
The 2 big guns and then the .380. I think it's a shotgun and the AR.
So you weren't there when he initially called. Did you return home?
Yes,
And was that while the police were there?
yes. They wanted to talk to me, so
Was there another gun in your home the night that those items were taken?
yes, the .45.
And where was that kept in your home?
He usually keeps the 2 handguns in the drawer and then the 2 big guns under the bed, but I had the .45 in my car during that time.
When did you return? At some point, did you return the .45 to the drawer that you mentioned?
I don't remember doing it. I could have. I wanted to say I handed it to Chris, but it was 4 years ago, so I really don't remember.
Needless to say, though, the .45 wasn't amongst the items that were taken.
Correct.
So back in 2019, when you were living at that house on Russell Street, did you have security cameras?
No.
Were the guns in a safe?
No, he had a small safe, but he didn't put anything in it. I don't know why.
So when you returned home that day, were the police there?
Yes,
Did you speak with them?
yes.
In that statement, did you tell them Adam Montgomery had been to my house that day?
No.
Why not?
I really didn't think like a friend of mine would do that to me at the time, so I literally thought we just got robbed. Like it's Manchester, it's bad. I thought we just got robbed by someone I didn't know.
At some point, did
Right.
you become suspicious?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I started hearing rumors from friends that Adam had taken them.
Sustained.
Its effect on the listener, Judge.
Approach? overruled.
So, based on the rumors that you heard that the defendant had stolen your firearms, what did you do next?
So yeah, I heard from friends that he might have done it. And I was still working with Kayla, his ex-girlfriend, wife at the time. And when I went to work one day, I made up a lie to her about having the cops. I told her that the neighbors had cameras and I wanted to see her reaction because I was suspicious of them. And her answer to me was, "Which way do the cameras point?" And when she said that to me, I just had like a gut feeling that he had done it.
You didn't have cameras, though. That was the
But
lie.
we didn't have cameras, and the neighbors didn't have cameras, but I just made it up to see what she would say. And her response was, "Which way did they point?"
Did the defendant know you had those guns?
Yeah,
How?
I think I told him when we were leaving the mall one day.
Was that about the AR specifically?
Yeah, just the AR.
So I asked you about your first statement to the police. You didn't mention the defendant. And that would have been right after this happened, correct? So I want to move forward in time. We were talking about September, October 2019. I want to move to December 2019.
Okay.
Have a major life event in December 2019?
Maybe?
Were you arrested by the police?
Yes.
Would
I
you
was.
consider that a major life event?
Yes.
Okay. What were you arrested for?
I had drugs on me.
And can you describe that incident?
I was at a gas station and I had drugs on my lap. And when the cops came, they saw them and arrested me.
What were you doing at the gas station?
Taking a nap.
So you were sleeping?
Yeah,
Were you outside or inside?
inside the car.
Okay. So you got arrested,
Yes.
and after being arrested, did you speak with detectives?
I think they asked me. I don't really remember that whole time
Why do you think you don't remember?
because I was on drugs.
Were you still using crack? Were
Yes.
you still using heroin?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned cocaine as well.
Sure, yes.
So during the second interview, did you tell detectives or did you tell officers that you had said goodbye to Adam the next morning when you woke up?
I don't remember that.
So I want to fast forward even more. I want to talk about February of 2022. Did you meet with the detectives again?
Yes.
And is that when you told them the information about the pond items or the pond
That's
ring?
when they asked me about it.
You told them, I pawned the ring.
Yes.
Sustained.
During your February 2022 interview, were you sober at that point?
Yes.
So you were living a sober lifestyle?
Yes.
Did you have any of the memory issues that had been associated with your drug use?
No, not anymore.
Did you have any reason to protect Adam in your initial statement to police?
No.
Were you afraid of him?
Overruled.
Were you afraid of him?
Yeah.
So, Kim, I'm going to ask you to look at the jurors now. The acts that you admitted to doing, having this man in your home when your husband's gone, using drugs for days on end, those are all things that you did?
Yes.
Pawning your husband's ring, that's something that you did?
Yes.
Lending out a 380, is that something that you did?
Yes.
The night that the guns were stolen, the big guns, did you buy those guns or did you sell those guns?
No.
Did you trade those guns?
No.
Did you lend them out?
Yes. Not the big ones, but
So-
the little one.
So I'm talking about the night of the theft.
Oh, no. None.
So you didn't buy them, or sorry, you didn't sell them?
No.
You didn't trade them?
No.
You didn't lend them out?
No.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And you had mentioned just now that there was one that you lent out. Can you tell us about that?
I did like twice lend them, but I got them back.
Which, was it them or was it one of the guns?
The 380-ish.
Who would you lend that to? Yeah, and you don't know Ish's name, his full name.
I can't remember it.
The times that you lent them out, was that before or after the theft?
Before.
And you said you always got it back.
Yes.
Would you lend any other items out?
My car as well.
Did you always get it back?
Not always.
You were always able to get it back, though.
Yes.
Sustained.
If I could have just a moment. So just a moment ago, I want to follow up. Just a moment ago, you mentioned them when I asked you if you'd lent the guns out. Were there other guns other than the 380 that you'd lent out?
The 45, I think, maybe once.
And who would that have been to?
Mike Sullivan.
Mike Sullivan? Any of the long, did you ever lend the
No.
long guns?
No.
The big
I never
guns.
touched those guns.
Why not?
'Cause they're huge and they just lived under the bed. I'm not comfortable touching them.
The event that you described, lending out the two smaller guns, was that something that was public amongst that circle of friends that you had?
Public, yeah. Like they knew. Everybody knew.
Everybody,
Talked.
including the defendant?
I would, maybe.
The person that you were using drugs with that night, or wanted to use drugs with that night, had over at your home,
Yes.
you said that was Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Do you see him here today?
Yes.
Can you point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there in a collared shirt.
Your Honor, can the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
The record should so reflect.
And thank you, Ms. Frain. I have no additional questions for you at this time. Defense counsel.
I have to move the podium, Your Honor, closer to my desk. Ms. Frain, Frain, right? Frain. My name is Caroline Smith. And would you prefer Ms. Frain, or can I call you Kim as well?
That's fine.
Okay, thanks. So, a couple of things that I wasn't clear about on your direct. You said that you were not at home when Chris called you. You were not at home when Chris called the police, but you came home.
Right.
And you were at Mike Sullivan's when Chris called?
I believe maybe.
Okay.
I don't really remember where I was, but I know I wasn't there and I had to come back.
Okay, and you knew that Chris was going to call the police?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that you said that your .45 was in the car when the long guns must have been stolen, the other guns, and that you put the .45 back.
I don't remember putting it back, but I could have.
Okay. But it's your recollection that the .45 was in the car at the time the other guns went missing?
Yes.
Okay. And let me see. I think you said you never touched the big guns?
Correct.
And okay. So on May 26th of this year, like a few days ago, that is when you told Attorney Knowles and Attorney Agati that you would lend the .380 to Ishmael Garcia and lend him your car, and you would do that in exchange for drugs, right?
Correct.
And you hadn't made that admission before, right?
What do you mean?
That's the first time you told him that, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll go through. When you let Ishmael Garcia take the .380, it was when Chris was out of town, right?
Right.
And when you let Ishmael Garcia take the car, it was with Chris out of town, right?
No.
You'd loan him the car as well when Chris was in town.
Yes.
But the .380 would be when Chris was out of town.
Right.
And it would not be done with Chris's permission, right?
Correct.
It would not be done with Chris's knowledge, right?
Correct.
It would not be done with Chris's consent.
Correct.
And Chris would not have approved of that.
Correct.
And let's talk about who Ish and Manny are. You actually mentioned Ish, and that's Ish Garcia, right?
Yes.
And Manny is somebody who hung with him quite a bit, right?
Yes.
And Ish was generally your dealer.
I mean, no. He's one of them.
Okay. And often, if you needed drugs, you'd be able to call Ish, and he would bring you some.
Right.
And did Ish have the car that night?
I have no idea.
Okay. So it could be that Ish had the car while Adam was over at your place, right?
Maybe?
Okay. And you would
I don't
let
remember.
Ish borrow your car in exchange for drugs or money, right?
Yes.
And there was some drugs on your counter when
Correct.
you got up in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said that you didn't always get your car back.
Yeah.
And one of the things with that is you'd actually tell Ish, I need it back by a particular time, maybe for your daughter, maybe for work, and he just wouldn't bring it back in time, right?
Yep.
You got stuck more than once with Ish not bringing the car back in time, right?
Yes.
And Ish would kind of laugh at that, right?
Yeah, probably.
And you sort of let him get away with it because you wanted to keep that drug connection open with
Right.
Ish, right?
Sure.
And I think that you said not only did you let him use or take the 380, but did you say also the 45 now?
I don't remember. I'm just putting it out there because I don't know.
Okay, okay. But if Ish wanted one of the guns, you would allow him to,
It only happened, me lending the guns only happened twice,
okay.
tops. The car was all the time, but
Pardon?
I lent the car out a lot, but the guns, no, only twice.
Okay. And Ish knew about the other guns in the house, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, do you remember talking to a grand jury in this case?
Yes.
And it was a place that was a courtroom sort of setting, right?
Yes.
And like you are here, you were on a witness stand and you were sworn in, right?
Yes.
And you swore to tell the grand jury the truth, right?
Correct.
And that was last year around March? That sound about right? About a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, March 21st, 2022. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And when you were talking to the grand jury under oath, you were asked, and you said that you thought Ish would know where the guns were because he was a friend of yours, so you were sure it came up. Is that right?
If I said it, yep.
Sounds right to you?
Yep.
So Ish did know where the guns were. I mean, that you had the guns, right?
I guess.
Okay. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, so would it help you to look at your grand jury testimony?
No, we were all friends, so what they saw in my house, I don't know. I'm just assuming they knew they were there, but I don't know.
Okay. So you were asked, do you recall that, did Ish know where the other guns were? And you said, I think he did know. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And you were asked, why do you say that? And you said, because he's a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
Right. They were in my house. Yeah.
And you had been sober for over a year before that grand jury testimony, right?
Yep.
And Ish didn't really come over when Chris was around, right?
He would.
Okay. Now, Chris was out of town from the end of September, September 29th he left, right?
I believe so.
And sometimes Chris was gone for weeks at a time, sometimes only a week, right?
Yep.
But it was usually for the full week, Monday through Friday.
It was all random times.
Okay. And on this time, he came back in less than a week, right?
Yeah.
He came back on October 2nd.
Yes.
And while he had been gone, you had been using crack for days on end.
Yep.
And you were able to, well, it caused you to stay up for days on end, right?
Yep.
And when you wanted more, you would reach out for more, right?
Correct.
And Ish was one of the places that you reached out to more for.
Correct.
And when you said that Chris came home and he discovered his guns missing, you had a big fight. Or you had a fight.
He had a fight with himself.
Okay. So you weren't concerned.
Well, I was concerned, but we weren't fighting with each other. He was just mad at the world,
Okay. Well,
throwing things.
Chris was actually confronting you to try and find out what happened, right?
No.
Okay. And Chris discovered other items more than the guns were missing, right?
I don't know.
Well, he confronted you with the other items missing, like the wedding ring, the speakers, the watch.
No, I don't remember that.
And
I just remember looking for the guns in the whole house.
okay. Well, you told Chris that the guns and the other items must have been stolen, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about when the officer came. When the officer came, he also confronted you with the missing guns, right?
Yeah.
And he confronted you with the missing guns and the other items that Chris had listed, and you said they must have been stolen.
He didn't give me a list. We were talking about the guns. I didn't know Chris said anything about rings and watches, and I just thought he told it was just the guns to the police.
So you're saying the officer did not confront you about the other items missing? Okay.
Not that I remember or thought.
Okay. So are you saying that he could have, but you don't remember?
I guess.
Okay. All right. And
Chris said he was calling the cops to report the guns stolen. I said, yeah, we should do that. He did it, called me over. I said, yeah, they're gone.
okay. So that night, you told the police that, not that night, I'm sorry, when the officer showed up, you told him that you and your daughter had gone to sleep around 10 o'clock that night, right?
Which night is this?
The night before Chris came home.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
It's 4 years ago. I'm trying to remember.
Okay. I actually have to ask you, and perhaps we can ask the officer as well later, but you told the officer that the night before Chris came home, you fell asleep at 10, right?
Okay,
Does that sound right?
sure.
And that you woke up around 11 o'clock to let the dog out.
Okay.
Do you recall that?
No.
Do you think if I show you the officer's report, it'll refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
So before I show you this and see if it refreshes your recollection, I'm going to ask you a couple of more things about what you told the officer that night. You told him that You got up at around 11 to let the dog out, and you must have left the door unlocked. Does that sound right?
Possible.
Okay, and that the next morning the door was wide open. Is that right?
The back door was open.
Okay. So, when you're saying that you didn't really know if things were stolen or not, that was sort of when Chris is talking about missing items and you're saying your door is wide open the night before.
We did a lot of drugs. The door would be open here and there, unlocked, so it didn't surprise me.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you a copy of the police report from October 3rd, 2019. It's a 3-page document, but I'm going to point your attention to a couple of paragraphs on the last page, those 3, but I want you to feel free to look at any part of that, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay?
Yeah.
So, reviewing that, does that refresh your recollection about whether the officer confronted you about the items and you said you thought they were stolen?
Not really.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection about whether you told the officer that you went to bed on the couch with your daughter? 22, I think, is 10 p.m., right? Around 10? And then got up.
It says it, I just don't remember it. I'm just being honest, though.
So it doesn't refresh your recollection about
No.
whether you told the officer that?
No.
And does it refresh your recollection about when you say that you woke up around in the morning and the rear door was open?
That was the morning. That was a different morning.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
Okay. Did you tell the officer the truth when he responded on 10/3/19?
Yes.
Okay. You did not tell the officer that Adam was over when you
No.
talked to him on 10/3/19, right?
Correct.
You did tell the officer that you had been home all of the time that Chris was gone, right?
Yep.
And you told him that you didn't have anyone over that whole time, right?
Right.
So you didn't tell him the truth.
I told him the truth. I've always told the truth.
Okay.
My thing is, I never even thought Adam would do that. So when people ask me, I didn't think it was necessary to say if I had a friend over or not.
Okay.
Who cares?
And you didn't tell the officer that you had Ish over, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay. So one of the things that you talked about on direct was that whoever stole the guns didn't take the .45 because it was in your car, right?
Right.
And sort of you're assuming that if your .45 had been in the drawer when the guns were taken, the 45 would be gone today.
This is what I'm assuming, yep.
But because it was in the car, it was not among the missing guns, right?
Correct.
And yet the 45 was in the drawer when Chris came home, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, if Chris remembers that, Chris, you don't recall that the 45 was there when Chris came home and he confronted you about it?
No.
And you don't recall that the officer asked about the 45 and why it was still there while the others were gone?
No.
And you do recall that the guns that were reported missing was the .380 pistol from the drawer and the 2 guns under the bed, right?
Yes.
So somehow or other, that 45 got into the drawer after those 3 guns are taken, right?
Sure.
And if they were in the drawer before Chris got home, then it was probably you that put that gun in the drawer, right?
I guess so.
And if it was after the guns were taken, then you would have seen that the guns were missing.
No.
Okay.
His drawer is like this full of all his boxers and socks and what else in there.
Okay,
so it's not necessary. I would have seen it in there.
Okay.
So you would bury them in the back.
All right. So I'm going to talk about you said, I believe on direct, that you never touched the big guns.
Correct.
You didn't like them, and I think you kind of went like that when you said it, shaking your hands. Gives you the willies a bit, huh?
I liked the guns, I just don't know how to use them, so I wouldn't touch them.
Okay. And the guns are kind of heavy, right? I mean, it's got
Yep.
some heft to it. And I think Chris said, does it sound right that the shotgun's even bigger than this rifle here?
Sure.
Bit heavier?
Sure.
And you told the police that you moved the guns behind the couch while Chris was gone.
I remember saying that, yeah.
Okay. So you told the police on 9...
I told them, I believe it, they were either under the bed or behind the couch.
Okay.
One or the other.
So when the first officer arrived, you told him that you knew that the guns were present under the bed on September 30th because you stubbed your toe on them while you were making the bed, right?
Sure.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you talked to the grand jury, you told them that you had moved the guns behind the couch.
Yep.
And you had taken them from the bed to behind the couch.
I remember doing that at some point. I just don't remember when it was. So that timing, there was no time. So
Okay. And you told the grand jury that you did that because bad things happened in the area and you wanted the guns somewhere where you could grab them.
sure.
Do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
Nope.
So do you know that that is what you told the grand jury back in March 21, 2022?
Makes sense because I remember moving them.
And earlier on direct here in front of the jury, you said you never touched the big guns.
Well, okay, yep.
And you told me one of the reasons you didn't touch them is they kind of gave you the willies, right?
Sure,
And that they were too big for you to use, right?
sure. By myself, but yeah.
Okay. But you told the grand jury that you put them behind the couch where you could grab them.
Well, anyone can just move them. I'm not picking them up to shoot them.
Okay? Okay. Um, One of the other things that you talked to the grand jury about was where you slept. You slept on the couch while Chris was gone
Yes,
with your daughter.
yes.
Why?
Why not? It's my house, it's my couch.
Okay. So you have a bed in your room that you share with Chris.
We don't like each other, me and my ex.
So are you saying that even when Chris was there, you slept on the couch?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the reasons that you might be sleeping on the couch while Chris was away is that was where you normally slept.
Right.
Okay. And then your daughter normally slept in her room,
Yeah,
and she was 2 at the time,
yes,
and you had her sleeping on the couch with you while Chris was gone?
yes,
Just, you wanted to make sure she was safe.
yes,
And being in the house without Chris there, you wanted her close to you so that she would be safe.
correct.
Okay. And one of the reasons that you said that you brought the guns to behind the couch was because your child was there and you put them behind the couch where you slept so you could hear. Is that right?
Correct.
Hear if somebody came in and they would be close by to be able to use?
No, so they wouldn't get stolen.
Concern of yours that somebody might be interested in the guns, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Ish, your friend, knew where they were, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, because you had let him at least hold him before, right?
I don't remember that, but sure.
Did you?
I don't know. I could have.
You may not
I
have?
could have.
Okay. And I think on direct you said that you thought Adam was there a day or 2 before Chris got home.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
you know that the guns were under the bed on September 30th, because that's where you stubbed your toe while making your bed.
Yes.
And he came back the night of October 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. The wedding ring that you pawned in
Yes.
August, that was worth about $1,000?
Don't know, but maybe about that.
You pawned it for 50?
Yeah, I tried to get it back 6 days later, but it was a day too late, so he wouldn't give it back to me.
Okay. And it's one of the reasons that you pawn things is that you get less money for it for the option that they hold on to, for the option that the pawn shop holds on to an item so that you could get it back.
Correct.
And you had only gotten $50 for that ring when you pawned it, right?
Yeah, I don't remember how much, but
I'm showing you Exhibit 7A through 7, is it 17 or 7? 7A through E. Does that, you identified that as the information about your pawning the ring, right?
yes.
That showed that you pawned it for $50?
Yes.
And so you essentially, if that ring was worth $1,000, kind of threw away $950 by being a day late with the $50, right?
Yes.
So you mentioned also on direct Mike Sullivan, right?
Yes,
And he was somebody that you also did drugs with.
yes,
You'd hang out at his house to do drugs.
both
Okay.
houses.
Both?
Yeah, mostly his house, but he would come to mine too.
Okay. And Mike was a friend of Ishmael Garcia's, right?
We were all friends, yeah.
Okay. And when Chris returned and was really mad, throwing things on October 2nd, called the police on October 3rd, and you're not sure, but you may have been at Mike Sullivan's
Correct,
because you wanted to get away from Chris.
probably,
And Chris was there to watch your daughter, so you could.
probably.
And so you went to Mike's probably to do some more drugs,
Maybe.
maybe? And you talked about the missing guns with the people there, right?
Probably, yeah.
And you told them that Ish and Manny took the guns,
I could have, yeah.
okay? And Mike actually talked to Ish and Manny and came back to you about what he said. I'm not.
The objection is sustained. You can rephrase the question.
A little after she was accusing, I'm sorry, you may have been accusing Ish and Manny, Mike had a conversation with you, right?
Yes.
And after that, you started accusing a whole bunch of people there, right?
I don't remember that.
You sort of accused everybody there, right?
No.
Okay. And you continued going to Mike's after that, right?
Yes.
And you would accuse different people while you were at Mike's.
No.
Okay.
That's crazy.
And while at Mike's, you talked about a video that you claim to have, right?
No.
And you said that with the video, it showed who took the gun, right?
No.
And nobody had been arrested for the gun, right?
No.
And it's pretty clear that if you had a video of somebody with the gun, somebody would have been arrested, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So your conversation about videos, wherever you had it, was just kind of made up,
I
right?
don't even know what you're talking about, but okay.
Okay. Well, you did talk about having a conversation about a video, right?
And I said that the cops were going to the houses around me looking at 4 video cameras,
Okay.
if they had them, to see who came in and out of the house.
Okay.
And that's when I said that to Kayla, and Kayla's answer was, which way do they point?
Okay. So I just need to make sure that you are saying
I never had a video.
that you did not, while at Mike Sullivan's place, talk about a video.
I don't think so.
Okay. May have, you're not sure.
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, on December 19 is when you were arrested, 2019. Sound right?
Yes.
And I think you described napping at the gas station with drugs on your lap.
Yes.
And police came up and you got arrested.
Correct.
Very early morning hours, right?
Correct.
And they talked to you about the prior report of Chris about the missing guns, right?
Maybe?
Hmm?
Maybe.
Okay. And you told them that you had moved the guns into the bedroom, right?
I don't understand the question.
We'll move on. So you told them at that time that Mr. Montgomery was over, right?
No.
Okay. You told them that you went to work the next morning and told Mr. Montgomery to lock the door behind on his way out, right?
I don't remember all that.
Okay. And you don't remember, will reading the report refresh your recollection?
No, because the last one really didn't, so.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were asked about that report to the police officers, right?
Yes.
So at the grand jury, you were asked about the part of the report where it says, Frain, I think they're Kimberly Frain, said it made sense, since Montgomery was there the night the guns were taken, that you recalled that night and said that you had just moved the guns into your bedroom to be near your daughter when Montgomery was over, that you explained when you went to work in the morning, you told Montgomery to lock the door behind you on him on the way out, and that Montgomery was the only one home. And you were asked about that, and you said, well, that's not true.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
remember that. I don't remember that.
And at the grand jury, you were asked if you remembered saying that, and you said maybe, sort of.
Sounds right.
Okay.
Maybe sorta.
That maybe you remembered some of it, sort of, but it wasn't true,
I
right?
don't remember that at all.
Okay. But you agree that you said it, just that it wasn't true.
I'm confused.
We'll move on.
Okay.
By the way, you never mentioned Ish to the police in December of 2019, right?
I don't know why I would have.
And you didn't mention Ish in October of 2019, right?
I don't know why I would have.
Okay. Now, when Adam stopped by that night, I think that you testified on direct that he was there and the two of you were trying to find drugs.
Correct.
So he didn't have drugs and you didn't have drugs.
Correct.
And you were gonna contact people to try and get drugs.
Correct.
And that maybe Adam would drive if that worked out.
Sure.
Which is why Adam is there with you, because otherwise you can both make phone calls, right?
Yeah. What?
Okay. So you called
He
Adam.
came over and we hung out. That's about that.
I think you said on direct you called Adam over because you wanted drugs, right?
Probably.
And so you called Adam over because you didn't want to leave your daughter to get drugs?
Probably.
And you called Adam over probably because your car wasn't there to take your daughter with you to get drugs, right?
I don't know about that.
Why?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that might be a reason to call somebody over if you can't go and drive the drugs for the drugs when you find them, right?
They usually get brought to me.
Okay. As a
At
matter of
my
fact,
house.
Ish would bring them to you when you called,
Right.
right?
Ish would, yeah.
And if he had your car, he would bring your car, return it when you called for drugs, right?
Correct.
And you talked about drugs being in the house in the morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor, I got ahead of myself. Before the grand jury, on February 12th of 2022, the police came to you to speak to you about Adam Montgomery, right?
Sure.
Do you recall that you spoke to the police the same year as you went to the grand jury, but before?
No.
You don't?
No.
Do you recall speaking to a Detective Rayhill?
I remember the name, yes.
And February 13, 2022 is a little over a month before March 21, 2022, right?
Yes.
And you sitting here today, I think you said that your memory problems are so much better because you're not doing drugs anymore, right?
Well, they're clear now, but you're asking me to remember things from 4 years ago when I was in not a great spot, so I'm trying my best.
Okay. I'm actually asking about a year ago when you were saying that
Okay.
you were in a good spot.
Okay.
Do you remember talking to the police for a fair amount of time about a month or so before the grand jury?
Probably.
But you
Kept
have no
calling.
recollection of that?
I remember talking to them.
Okay. When I, just, may we approach?
Yes? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 12:30, so I think this is a good time for you to take a lunch break. So I'm going to have you come back at 1:25. We'll start again at 1:30. I'm going to ask the witness to please remain on the witness stand for now, then we'll release you and you'll come back to complete the examination.
To go
All
to
right?
work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain, and ladies and gentlemen, you can go ahead and take a break. All rise for the jurors, please. We'll see you back please come back at 1:25.
No, I'm leaving. I have to go. Staying. I have to go to work.
All right, why doesn't everybody else come back at 20 after, okay? And we'll have so that they can tell you what will happen if you are not back on this stand at 1:25. Okay,
We'll do that right now.
thank you.
Colonel, would you like this to have the witness retake the stand before the jury comes in? Yes, I would. Give me just a second.
And attorney, the other people that are here are not.
You had gone to the grand jury in March, and that didn't come out of nowhere. At some point, police, before the grand jury, came out and talked to you. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And at that time, and going back to earlier, at one point you said that you hadn't touched the guns. At another one, you did say that you moved the guns to the couch to be near, from the bed to the couch to be near them.
Correct.
The police asked you about the firearms in that interview sometime before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And at the time you knew that Kayla was in jail?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You knew Adam was in jail?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Frain, I'm just going to ask you to please keep
Sorry.
your voice up again. I know it's a big room, but it is important that everybody be able to hear you.
Okay.
And you were living away from everybody in Manchester, right?
Correct.
And you had gone through the rehab and you had a steady job, right?
Yes.
Feeling like you're separated from your former life, right?
Yes.
Not entirely separated from Chris because you two share a daughter.
Correct.
And you still talk to Chris.
Correct.
So when we talked about not liking the guns and not touching the guns versus moving the guns to the couch, when the police asked you in the interview before the grand jury about the guns, you told them that you liked to use the firearms at the range and would never get rid of them, right?
Right.
And that's when you said that the fourth firearm wasn't taken because it was in your vehicle, right?
Correct.
So,
The little guns. I don't shoot the big ones, just the little ones.
okay. So in saying that you like the firearms and would never get rid of them, does that mean that you like the little firearms and would never get rid of the little ones?
I don't shoot the big ones.
Okay, so when you said you like the firearms and wouldn't get rid of them, were you talking about the little ones? The
Well,
pistols?
all of them.
Okay. Okay. And when you said that you like to use the firearms at the range so you wouldn't get rid of them, you weren't talking about all of them,
Right.
just the little ones, right? Pistols.
Correct.
45 and the Ruger.
38.
And okay. Now, you talked earlier about rumors that you said led you to kind of look at Adam differently about this, right?
Correct.
And the rumors actually came from Mike Sullivan, right?
Correct.
And originally, you were accusing Ishmael Garcia and his friend Manny.
I might have.
Okay. And you and Mike talked about that, and later on, Mike came to you, and after that, you started accusing Adam.
Yeah, he told me.
Okay. And when you were talking to the police on that interview before the grand jury, the name of Ishmael Garcia was brought up, right?
Maybe, probably.
Okay. You told the police, let's see, that you were somewhat familiar with Ishmael Garcia, right?
Yep. Yes.
And you told them that you thought you communicated through Facebook, but you didn't have a name or anything like that. Or was that about Manny?
I'm confused at the question.
Yes. I messed it up.
Sustained. Just rephrase the questions, please.
You didn't tell him that you regularly got drugs from Ish back in 2019, right?
Tell who?
The police officer who was questioning you.
I didn't tell them in 2019. No.
You didn't tell the police officer in the interview prior to grand jury in 2022 that in 2019 you regularly got drugs from Ishmael Garcia, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When they asked you about Ish, you told them you believed that Adam and Ish would have sold the guns for drugs and or money, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. And you didn't tell them that you sometimes let Ish take the car and the 38, right?
I did tell the police that. I just don't know when I told them.
You told the prosecutors that a week or so ago, right?
I've been saying it the whole time, I believe.
Okay. Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. And I think that you said, yes, you put the 45 back in the drawer before Chris got home, and just simply didn't notice that the other gun wasn't there?
I said there was a possibility that I put it back. I don't remember. I just know I had it, and that's why it wasn't taken.
Okay. And you are aware that it was in the drawer before, when Chris got home?
Objection, that's asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that right?
I just said I don't remember putting it back in the drawer, but I could have.
But you recognize that you were aware when Chris came home that it was,
We had the 45, so it wasn't missing.
and it's something that Chris saw or talked about or realized. You knew it was not missing, and he knew it was not missing on the night that he got home because it was in the drawer, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. But do you remember that it was, never mind. So then there was the grand jury. You remember talking to the grand jury?
Yes,
And that is still when you are out of Manchester, right?
correct,
Clean, right?
correct,
Working and living up north.
correct.
Oh, sorry, one more thing about that interview before the grand jury is that you did tell police that there was crack in your home when you woke up the morning before Chris came home, right?
Yes,
So when you went to the grand jury, you swore to tell the truth, right?
yes,
And you said that Adam came over because the two of them were trying to get drugs, right?
we were, yes,
Two of you, sorry.
yes,
And you said that Adam also wanted to get some to bring back to Kayla, right?
correct,
And one of the reasons you may have wanted Adam to come over rather than just calling your connections is that if you could make a connection, maybe Adam could drive out so that you could stay home with your daughter, right?
I guess so.
Okay. By the time Adam left, you had not reached a connection, right?
We both, yeah, we couldn't find anybody.
Okay. And then at some point, drugs are in your house, right?
They were there when I woke up in the morning.
So when you want to reach somebody, you reach ish by Facebook?
Probably just texted.
Okay. Just a message on the phone.
Yeah, yes,
And when he gets back to you, he gets back to you, right?
yes.
But he does get back to you, right?
That night,
Anytime.
yeah,
Okay. And when he gets back to you, you let him know what you're looking for, and he actually delivers it to you, right?
yeah, or I would pick it up.
Okay. And on this night, you weren't leaving because you were alone with your daughter,
Correct.
right? And so one of the people that you probably reached out to was Ish, right?
Yeah,
And certainly by the time that Adam left, you had not seen Ish, right?
correct.
And when you talked to the police, to the grand jury about the guns, you let them know that all three guns, the AR-15, a shotgun, and a third, and I think you accidentally called it an AR-47, is that right? Do you remember that?
Possibly.
Okay. And that was just a mistake because they're both kind of assault rifles, right?
Right.
Okay. And, sorry, I lost my frame of reference here. Oh, heck. I'll move on. Or maybe you remember, did you say that you didn't know any distinctive features of the AR-15 and the shotgun because you never really looked at them?
Yeah.
Okay. But they were guns that you moved from the couch to the bed and back,
They're
right?
in cases.
Cases,
Yeah.
not blankets,
No.
not
They're
two
big
blankets.
cases under the bed. I know the cases and the guns were under the bed, but I don't know if the guns were in the cases.
Okay. And at the grand jury, read on direct that they actually asked you about your statement to the police the night that you got arrested, and you only sort of remembered that statement, right?
Correct.
And you said that that would never happen because you would never leave somebody at your house and say lock the door because Chris would kill you if you did that, right?
Right.
You didn't want Chris to think that you were doing very reckless things while he was gone, right?
He knew what was going on. He was involved with what was going on as well.
Okay. But the time that you had Ish over things like letting Ish borrow or take the 380, that was when Chris was not around, right?
Correct.
Because Chris would not approve of that behavior,
Correct.
right? Okay. So, you said, I believe, that you had told the police all along that you had given the 380 to Ish more than once.
Correct.
And you said that that wasn't something that you were hiding, right?
No.
Okay. And at the grand jury, you were asked the prosecutor was asking you about whether you, in the 4 guns that you talked about, the 45 and at least a couple of big ones that you called them, the AK-47 and the shotgun, did Ish ever hold, use, or fire any of these? And you said no. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. And I will. There you go. You were asked if did he ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? And you said no, right?
Correct.
And then You said, the only thing I can think of is maybe the 45 when we were together hanging out.
Correct.
And that's what you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
You did not tell them that, yes, Ish held and possessed Chris's gun, the .380.
I let him borrow it, yes.
You did not tell the grand jury that when they specifically asked you that question. Is that fair to say?
The way you're saying it, it's like I'm thinking like when we're in the house, like we didn't fire it. I didn't mean it like that.
I'm going to give you a copy of your grand jury transcript. And I know that you don't want to be too close for going back and forth to people who are ill. So I won't linger over you while we read, okay? If you hold on to that page, from the front, it says it's the grand jury Henry investigation of Miss Montgomery. And then it has Kimberly Frain, March 21, 2022, right?
Correct.
And this, have you seen this before?
No.
So you didn't get a chance to review your grand jury testimony when you talked today, right?
No.
Okay. So if you look at page 36, tell me if I read this correctly. And I think you'll actually have to go to the page before to see that we're talking about, or you all are talking about Ish. About page 35, line 15. Actually, let's make it line 13. Do you remember where he lived at this time? You said, I don't think he had. I think he was living in his car, to be honest. And the question was Ish. And you said, yeah. And you were asked, do you know where he would park? Do you remember? And you said he would park at random places. You were asked, would he go to your house on Russell Street at all? And you said, yeah. And you were asked, was he there any regularly? How often? And you said, if I needed drugs, he would come by. And you were asked, was he selling drugs at the time? And you said, yeah. And you were asked, what kind of drugs? And you said, crack. And you were asked, anything else? And you said, no. You were asked, was he one of the people that you and Adam might have tried to call that night to get crack? And you said, possibly, yeah. And you were asked, do you remember him coming over that night at all? And you said, no. And you were asked, was he there all night at all? Was he there at all that night that Adam was there? And you said no. And then you were asked, so he ever, there's a pause. So we talked about maybe 4 guns, and you said, uh-huh. And the question was, the 45 and at least a couple of big ones, you called them AK-47 and the shotgun, and you said, yeah. And you were asked, did Ish ever hold, use, or fire any of those? And you said no. And then you were asked, did he ever hold, use, or fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? And you said no. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was not true, right?
Correct.
You knew that he had held and used, or at least taken, the .380, right?
Correct.
With your permission, right?
Correct.
And that is not something that you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
But going on from there, you were asked, how certain are you of that? And then you said, the only thing I think of is maybe he held the .45 when we were together hanging out, because that's the one I take with me, but they stayed under the bed and I didn't bring them out.
Correct.
So I think that you said that you let him take the .380 and the .45 when he took the car sometimes, right?
Like twice total.
Okay. And that's not what you told the grand jury, right?
Correct.
And it was to the grand jury that you said, when they asked you if Ish knew where the other guns were, you said, I think he did, because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
Yes.
So Ish did know about the guns under the bed, right?
He could have, yeah.
And when you talk about what you did that weekend, or sorry, not weekend, while Chris was gone, you've had days of using drugs, right?
Correct.
And you're not done, right?
Correct.
You want more, right?
I guess,
You
yeah.
have been, I don't even know if you call it a bender, but you have been days with drugs, you're out of drugs, you want more, right?
Right.
And one of the people that you reach out to is Manny, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Adam is not your friend, right?
He was my friend.
Okay. Let me go on. Well, lost my place again, sorry. You and Kayla were friends, right?
Correct.
You were pregnant together.
Correct.
And I think you said occasionally you babysat her children,
Correct.
or her Seamus, just Seamus?
All of them.
Okay. And sometimes, once or twice, they came over to your place, right?
Correct.
Together, right?
Correct.
But that wasn't a regular thing, right?
Correct.
Adam was over that night to try and assist you and he in getting drugs, right?
Correct.
And it didn't work, right?
Correct.
And were you crashing?
Yeah, I was tired.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Well, you've been going for days.
Right,
on
so I
crack,
was
right?
tired.
Huh?
Yeah, I was tired.
And it's kind of one of those tired's that doesn't feel real good, right?
I guess.
One of those tired's that make you want more drugs rather than make you want to sleep, right?
Correct.
It is one of those tired's that drive you to just give me drugs, right?
Correct.
And that's not a sleepy tired, is it? It's your crashing, right?
Correct.
And the next day when Chris came home, you were not crashing, right?
I don't recall.
And you didn't have money on your own very much from Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I did. I had what I worked was my paycheck.
Okay. And you spent a lot of that money on drugs, right?
Correct.
And you spent your money on drugs while Chris was gone that particular trip, right?
Probably.
And when you were contacting Ish for more drugs, you didn't have money.
I don't recall. I probably had money if I was trying to call people.
Okay.
So I think, yeah.
Actually, back in the grand jury, at one point you said that you had like $40, and then you said you really didn't remember if you had money, right?
Sounds right.
So you just sort of pick a number, but then when you don't actually know, right?
Well, I wouldn't call people if I didn't have money.
Well, one of the things that you have done in the past is let Ish use your car and take the 380 in exchange for drugs, right?
Correct.
That's not money, that's a different form of barter, right?
Correct.
So you would contact Ish if you didn't have money and you wanted drugs.
Correct.
And Chris is still a bit bothered by the missing guns, right?
When?
Now, these days. You and he communicate over your daughter, right?
Right.
And it still bothers him that those guns are missing, right?
He says he doesn't care. He never wants to see them again.
Okay. Okay. And when you were arrested in December of 2019, they let you go home after you talked to them about the guns, right?
I don't remember that, but I was only there for a few hours and then I left.
Okay. You left to go home?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And you never got convicted for those charges, right?
No.
They were dropped, right?
Right.
Essentially, they were dropped because you said that you would go to rehab, right?
Correct.
And do you know if anything can happen about those charges down the road?
I have no idea.
Okay. If I may have a moment, Your Honor, I seem to have misplaced something. You said that you had pawned the wedding ring 2 months prior to Chris coming home and finding his guns are missing, right?
Correct.
And you've pawned other things as well, right?
Correct.
And sometimes you've borrowed money from other people to try and get those pawned items back before Chris came home, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Because you didn't want Chris to know that you were doing this, pawning things or
I didn't care because we hated each other.
Okay, so you didn't care if Chris knew, like, you pawned a TV at one point?
I did not care.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Knowles?
I'm gonna move this back, Your Honor. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember those earlier statements that you gave?
No,
They weren't the truth, though, right?
no,
In February of 2022, you sat down and you told the truth.
correct,
You said, I pawned a ring.
correct.
Sustained bleeding.
You described items that had been allegedly taken that night.
Yes,
Okay. Attorney Smith asked you why you never said Ish was there that night.
correct,
In your first statement, in your third statement, in your second statement, in your grand jury testimony, you've never said Ish was there that night.
correct,
And that's because he wasn't there that night.
correct.
Sustained.
Was Ish there that night?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Who was there that night?
Adam was there that night with me. And that's it.
Attorney Smith asked you if Ish came after Adam left.
I didn't see him, if he did.
When you went to sleep that night, who was there?
Just me and Adam.
When you passed out, who was there?
Me and Adam.
Attorney Smith asked you about your grand jury testimony.
Yes,
She was reading it.
yes,
And she asked you if Ish knew where those guns were in your home.
yes,
And you said, I think I don't know.
right,
And she read something to you.
yes.
So, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, I'm handing you your grand jury testimony. Ignore the highlights. There's a box around several lines.
Yes,
And I want you to read those to the grand jury, the statements that are within that box,
okay. So it
starting
says-
with Q or A.
Okay, it says, did Ish know that there were other guns? And I said, I think he did know. Why do you say that? Because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up.
Okay, and you can set that aside. So Ish may have known that there were other guns in your home.
Possibly, yes.
Would you be surprised that you were never asked if Ish knew where the guns were?
One more time?
Would you be surprised that in that grand jury statement, the testimony that you gave at grand jury, you were never asked if Ish knew where the guns were that in your home?
Right.
Do you remember being asked if Ish knew that?
No.
And that statement that you just read was about whether Ish knew that there were other guns.
Right.
We agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you if Adam was your friend back in 2019. Was he?
Yes.
He was also your supplier?
Yes.
You'd call him if you needed, would you call him if you needed drugs?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever admitted involvement in the theft of these guns?
No,
Were you involved in the theft of these
no.
guns? Attorney Smith asked you about the rumors that you'd heard,
Yes,
specifically statements from Mike Sullivan.
yes.
What did Mike Sullivan tell you happened that night?
He told me, he didn't say anything. I asked if it was Adam who took them, and he just shook his head yes.
Okay.
So he didn't say anything.
This is going to sound like a silly question. Do you know what happens when you're asleep? What happens around you?
No,
Did Ish come over that night?
not to my knowledge.
Did you barter anything that night for drugs?
No,
Did you trade those guns for drugs?
no,
Did you trade anything in the house that night for drugs?
no.
Thank you. No further questions.
I know she can keep it, because I'll be.
I got two. Yeah.
Yeah, this was when she was that.
One of the first things that you said on direct was that your early statements were a lie. Is that right?
They weren't the greatest statements because I wasn't in the right mind.
Okay. So when the prosecutor asked those early statements were a lie, you said yes. Are you qualifying that now? Were they a lie or not?
I never lied, but they weren't they weren't, I don't know how to say it.
So you didn't lie back then, is what you're saying?
I've never lied. I've always said I had Adam come over, we hung out, he fell asleep, I fell asleep, I woke up, I saw the thing on the table in the morning, the back door was open, and that is all I know.
Okay. And if you said that you saw Adam in the morning and told him to lock up behind
I
you,
don't remember that at all.
if you said that,
Yeah.
would that have been true as well?
No.
Okay. We'll ask others if you said it, but if you said that, was that a lie?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess.
So when the prosecutor asked you to read a portion of the grand jury about Ish, okay, and this is after, on page 36, and I read that portion that came, did Ish, it's referring to Ish, did he ever hold, use, fire any of Chris's guns that you know of? No. Is that right?
Correct.
And you knew that he used or held the .380 because you let him,
I'll allow some latitude, Attorney Smith, but we're not going over everything again.
no. Okay.
The objection is overruled.
You knew that he held the .380, right? Because you'd let him take it with him with the car, right?
Right, but the way the question was confusing. I let him borrow it. They didn't really ask me that.
Right, they asked, you were asked, did he ever hold, use, fire any of Chris's guns that you know of, right?
Correct.
And then on the next page, you sort of described maybe the .45 while we were together, right? That's on the top of page 47?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked, the prosecutor said, just so I understand better, would people kind of just use drugs as a group at your place? And you said kind of yes, right?
Correct.
And the prosecutor said, what do you mean by kinda? And you said, I mean yes, right?
Correct.
And then he said, would any of these guns ever come out during that? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked, why not? Right?
Correct.
And you said, because I didn't want people to really know I had them, right?
Correct.
And then the prosecutor said, did Ish know that there were any other guns? And you said, I think he did know, right?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked, why do you say that? And you said, because he was a friend of mine, so I'm sure it came up, right?
I'm just assuming because even on Chris's Facebook, he has his profile picture shooting the gun. So it's like, I just assume.
Okay. But that's what you told the grand jury when you
Right.
were talking to them,
Correct.
right?
Yep. Yes.
And you had moved the guns from under the bed to the couch area, right?
I think I did, but I'm not 100%.
Well, you certainly told the grand jury that, right?
Right.
And you told the police that, right?
Correct. That I could have, yes.
Okay. And when you said, when you sleep, you don't necessarily know what's going on, right?
Right.
But when we are talking about your sleep on the night before Chris got home, we're talking about the kind of thing that hits you when you've had days of crack cocaine, right?
Right.
That just keeps you wired and keeps you buzzing, right?
Right.
And when you feel like you're coming down, you don't want to, right?
Right.
You're going to do everything for drugs, right?
No.
You want drugs really bad, right?
I guess so.
You don't want sleep, right?
I think I needed sleep by that time.
Absolutely, because you are just wired to the hilt, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes? Go ahead, Attorney Knowles.
Thank you. Final question. Attorney Smith discussed you wanting to do anything for drugs that night. You'd been up for 3 days straight. What did you do that night?
I slept.
Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor?
One question.
Okay. Did you cry?
I slept.
You may step down. Any objection?
No.
You may be excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do now is we'll take a 10-minute mid-afternoon break, and then we'll go for the rest of the day, okay? Please rise for the jurors. Please have your witness ready.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Afternoon, sir. Be careful of the wires, will be please, and just be careful more around here, okay, sir? All right, very good.
And if you could just stay standing and raise your right hand, and I'm going to ask you, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat. Put yourself comfortable. Can you start by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Mark Reed, Markreed.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
A little nervous?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us where you're currently living?
In Bristol.
And how long have you lived there?
Not that long.
How long, if you had to guess?
Like a couple months.
Okay. Where were you living before Bristol?
The motel.
Okay. Was that also in Bristol?
No, it was in Ashland.
How about before that?
Before that, I was staying with a friend, and before that, I was in prison.
Okay. Were you in prison here in New Hampshire?
Yeah, Concord.
Concord. Why were you in prison?
Because I got arrested in Franklin, and I went to jail, and then something happened there. I got a new charge there. It was conspiracy to commit theft by extortion,
Okay.
and then that's when I went to prison.
Were you were convicted, obviously, if you were in
Yeah.
prison? Did you go to trial, or did you accept responsibility?
Yeah, I took the deal.
Okay. Silly question, but was prison a good experience for you?
No, I hated it, but I mean, I learned my lesson.
Have you made lifestyle changes since release?
Yeah, I'm sober. I'm trying to get my own apartment, my license back, a car, trying to do everything. It's just, it's rough.
Is it a constant struggle for you?
Oh, yeah.
And you said you're sober. When did that change happen?
When I went to prison.
So that's what it took for you to become sober?
Yeah.
When did you go to prison?
It was October 10th, 2020. No, wait, sorry. I went to jail that day. I went to prison, I think it was March or April or something like that.
Of 20?
20, yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Mhm.
When I asked you, you said you currently live in Bristol. Who do you live with?
My mom and my grandmother and my brother.
So I want to turn your attention to back in 2019, specifically between June 2019 and November 2019. Where were you at in life back then?
I was a drug addict, selling drugs, doing drugs, anything really to make money. Didn't have anywhere to live. Was homeless. It was a bad time.
It was a bad time. When you say you were doing anything to make money, was that to support your you said you were a drug addict, to support your addiction?
Yeah.
How were you making money?
Selling drugs, selling guns, anything to get my hands on.
Sorry, let me back up. I want to unpack all of that. When you say you were addicted to drugs, what drugs were you using back then?
Heroin, meth, Xanax, Klonopins, anything.
And when you say you were selling drugs, what drugs were you selling?
Heroin, meth, mostly those two.
Heroin and meth.
Mhm.
You also said you would sell firearms?
Yeah.
And Can you explain that for me?
Well, I knew different people that I can get them from, and I did. I got them cheap, and just I knew other people that would take them, and I would flip them because there's quick money in it.
Let me ask you this, Mark. Are you okay with me calling you Mark?
Yeah.
So, back then in 2019, were you able to legally possess a firearm?
Yeah.
How about now?
No.
And is that because of your conviction?
Yeah, I'm a felon.
And you said you could buy firearms for cheap and then just offload them?
Yeah.
Was that easy money?
Hmm.
So back in that time frame that we talked about, did you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yeah.
How did you know him?
Well, I first met him. He hit me up on Facebook saying that we went to high school together, and then we like hung out once. And I don't know. After that, I realized I never met him. I never went to high school with him. And after that, we just started talking more. Before I figured out I didn't know him, we talked more and just started making plans to do things to make money and hanging out and shit.
So I'm going to ask you to move a little closer. There's a microphone right in front of you to your left.
Oh, yeah.
And just, I want to make sure that everything you say is being picked up. So if I heard correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, he reached out to you via Facebook
Mhm.
saying you went to high school together? Okay. And then you said you hung out?
Yeah.
Okay. How often would you hang out with the defendant?
Not that much. I think in total, like 3 times, 4 times, something like that. It was not a lot.
Did the two of you have a drug connection?
What do you mean?
Did you do drugs together?
Yeah.
What drugs would you do?
Meth. I would do heroin by myself, but he would do meth with me.
In those limited actual face-to-face interactions you had with him, did you ever have an overnight with him, like spend the night in the same place as him?
Yeah, one time.
So, sorry, I don't want you to elaborate on that.
Oh,
Just,
okay.
A yes or no. Thank you.
Mhm.
Did you conduct regular business transactions with the defendant?
Yes.
On one occasion, did he offer to sell you his family pet?
Yes.
And had you met that pet before?
Yes.
So I mentioned Adam Montgomery. Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
A white shirt.
And can the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
Did you ever visit the defendant's home?
Yes.
And was that here in Manchester?
Yes.
Do you remember the address?
I think it was 70-something Guilford Street or something.
Do you remember who he was living with at the time?
There was the dog, and there was the Kayla, right? I think that's her name, Kayla, something like that. And the kid,
Okay. And when you say you think Kayla, was that an adult or a child?
an adult.
Was that the defendant's partner, or do you know?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And so how many times did you go to his address on Guilford Street?
I think it was once or twice.
And during those 2 occasions, was there anyone else there?
I think he said one, and he said during those 2 occasions, so I think misstating the facts.
Did you, Councilor Pro Tem? The objection is sustained. You may rephrase the questions.
So again, Mark, if you can move that mic actually closer to you so council can hear.
Yeah,
You said, did you say you went there once or twice or just once?
once or twice.
Okay. The times that you went there, were there any other individuals at the home?
Just Kayla and the baby.
Okay. So you mentioned the defendant reaching out to you on Facebook back then,
Yeah,
saying you went to school together. Was that the primary mechanism that he used to reach out to you?
yeah.
Did you have a working phone at the time?
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. But it was Facebook Messenger that we're
Yeah.
talking about? Okay.
Yes? Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Reed, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 34, and I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that. And you can go through it. Just look up when you're done.
All right.
Okay. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah.
And what is it?
Messages between us on Facebook.
Okay. And can you do me a favor and turn to the last page? And so the bottom message on that page, if you can look at the left, the box to the left,
Yep.
there should be a number.
11:31.
Okay. Would it surprise you that you exchanged back and forth 1,131 messages with the defendant?
That is a lot. That is surprising.
And what was the date of that last message?
4/7/2020.
Okay. And if you can flip back to the first page. The first message, what was the date on it?
It was 7/1/2019.
So you can set that aside. Sorry, are those the messages you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes.
You can set that aside. I want to go back. You said you were in prison at one point in 2020. Were you approached by police officers in relation to this case at some point?
Yes.
And during that interaction with them, did you consent to the search of your electronic devices, specifically your phone and your Facebook account?
Yes.
Judge, may I?
Yes?
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to compare that with the messages that you still have?
Yes.
And let me back up. All those messages that I just showed you, the over 1,100, are those still on your phone?
Yeah.
Still in your Facebook account?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, the items that I just handed you, is that a fair and accurate representation of the messages that you exchanged between, back and forth with the defendant between September 25th, 2019 and October 4th, rather, of 2019?
Yes.
Same messages?
Yes.
So at this point, Judge, I would. At this point, Your Honor, I'd move to strike the identification and offer of support.
Any objection?
Maybe for no objection to
35?
35.
The idea is stricken on Exhibit 35. It's entered as a full exhibit.
You still have the exhibit, Mark?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask that you read the first message on the first page. It should be in the top right.
I miss you too, Doug. I wish you were. Should I like say what it said, bleeped out, or just read the F?
So is there a redaction in part of the message?
Yeah. I know what it's supposed to say, but it doesn't say it.
That's fine. You can just say F.
All right. I miss you too, Doug. I wish you were F close the case, 'cause I'd be there every day. I mean, dude, even Tilton's a effing haul. I mean, a effing hour drive from where I'm at right now, bro. You F 45 minutes north of there, so it's like I want to come up there and kick it in S, bro, but I don't get the bread, bro. Me and my wife and my kids about to be out of the house in like 2 weeks, bro. So I'm trying to save up the F bread right now, hopefully to get us a place to go, bro. Like, if you can make me some F plays, do make me any place, bro, like, and I'll come out there, and then I would like to come out for like a stick, but you make me some place, dog, and I'll come out.
And what's the date associated with that message that you just read?
It's 9/25/2019.
Okay, and so it sounds like the defendant is and that's from the defendant to you?
Yes.
Okay, and it says incoming?
Yep.
Okay. It sounds like the defendant is describing being kicked out of their.
Sustain.
The defendant mentions bread.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Money.
So I need money?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So Mark, I'm handing you what's been marked for admitted as State's exhibits 8 through 17. And I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those. And look up when you're done. Well done. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
What are they?
They're messages from my phone on Facebook between me and Adam.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate photographs of the messages that were on your phone?
Yes.
Do you recognize the phone that's in those?
Yeah. It's
Is that
mine.
yours?
Yeah.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask to publish.
Yes, you may.
Okay, and starting with the first image that I handed you, Mark, if you could just describe what's depicted.
He's telling me where he lives and that he can come to me, but I don't know.
And so that address that's mentioned there, the 77 Guilford Street, is that where you met the defendant?
Yes.
Move to the next. There was a phone number that was provided. in the next exhibit. Was that a phone number that you would use to communicate with the defendant?
Yeah.
I'm skipping to 2. And so this is the October 3rd, 2019 at 10:26. And if you could just read that communication, starting with the first bubble, it looks like a call.
Says you missed a call from messenger user.
Okay, and the next one?
Your Mark, hit me up, dog. I got something you really going to like. You got to hit me up now, ASAP.
Sorry, just a sec. So the person that's writing, I got something you're really gonna like. Is that an incoming? So is that you that wrote that, or is that someone else?
No, that's somebody else who wrote to me.
Okay. And this is your communication with the defendant?
Yeah.
All right. And if you can go on to the next message.
You got to hit me up ASAP. You going to miss out on it, bro. If you don't hit me up now, you should girls phone something and call. You missed a call from messenger user. 603-858-333.
Okay, so the individual is providing you some phone numbers. Okay, you can go on to the next exhibit. And if you could just read the exhibit number that you're on.
12.
12? Okay, and so you can read 12.
Well, then you're gonna miss out, 'cause I'm not messaging this shit. What the fuck, bro? Come on. There's a house phone there. You guys have cell phones up there. You guys have some type of service. Bro, Facebook is too choppy and it's too notch. I don't need shit like, S like this on messages and then Facebook. Dog, you got. Okay, buddy, I called you first because I called you first because I know you were going. I don't know what it says underneath that one. Going something like this. I can't read what it says underneath that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Scratch.
Let's go to the next message.
Alright. There's no way you can call. Just let me know that because I don't want to sit here and keep playing this game. I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog.
All right, let's go to 13.
How much I want. That's from me.
So you wrote how much I want?
Yeah.
And what was the response to that?
He said, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? And I said, price of each.
So at the top of that exhibit, 13, it looks like there's some other messages. For how much I want.
I mixed it up.
It's okay. Okay. You've reviewed those, they're fair and accurate.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to turn back to the Exhibit 35 that I handed you. And I'm looking at page 2. And the top of page 2, if you can start with the incoming message, Al, then you're going to miss out.
Yeah. Well, then you're gonna miss out because I'm not messaging this S. And then I put, what the F, bro? Come on. There's a house phone there. You guys have cell phones up there. You guys have some type of service. Bro, Facebook is too choppy and it's too notch. I don't need S like this on messages and then Facebook, dog, you got. Okay, buddy, I called you first. Yeah, I called you first because I know you were going to want this, but there's no way you can call. Just let me know that because I don't want to sit here and keep playing this game. I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog.
Okay, and then is there a call after that? An incoming call?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you can go to the next message.
Alright. It will, don't ask me for this S later on, bro, because you're slacking right now. I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me up ASAP. And then I write, yo, if it's metal, I want it.
And let me stop you right there. What does that mean? You wrote that. If it's metal, I want it. What does that mean?
Guns.
Guns? Okay. If you can go to the next message.
Sir, I'm just gonna ask you to please keep your voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to hear you.
Alright, sorry. It is, bro. It's the big boys. How much?
If you can flip to the next page and continue.
I can't hold it. First come, first serve. Damn, bro. Unsent.
You write in damn, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's 3 unsent messages.
Okay, and let's talk about that. Those are incoming messages
Yes.
that were unsent.
Yep.
What were they?
Pretty sure they were the pictures.
Pictures of what?
The pump and the AR
Okay, the pump and the AR. And when you say the pump, what does that mean?
shotgun.
Okay, so pump action shotgun,
The 12 gauge, yeah.
12 gauge. Can you describe the pictures to the best of your recollection?
Ugh. All I remember is that the 12 gauge had something special on it. That's why he wanted more for it and not what I offered him. I don't know. I know it was black. I can't really remember much.
Were the photos, were the firearms that you just referenced, were they resting on something or being held?
I think they're resting on something.
Let's go to the next message after the unsent photographs.
How much?
You can continue. So you wrote how much?
Yeah. And then I want. And then he put, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? And then I put price of each. And then again, unsent message.
Do you recall what that unsent message was of?
I don't.
Okay. Let's go to the next message.
But we can work something out. What's some other S? This is why I need you to call me.
And that was from the defendant?
Yeah. But I literally have people blowing me up right now as we speak. But you, my dude, so I called you first. And then there's just a bunch of zeros.
So there's a phone call, it appears?
Yep.
And that's an incoming phone call?
Yeah.
If you can flip to the next page and continue reading.
I want the 12 gauge, but I don't got 3V.
And let me stop you there. 3V, what does that mean?
I think it was 3 sticks at the time.
And what do you, when you say 3 sticks, what does that mean?
A stick is 10 grams of dope.
Of dope?
Yeah.
And sorry, again, just another
Heroin.
detail. What is dope?
Heroin.
Heroin.
Yeah.
So 3 sticks of heroin?
Mm-hmm.
And how much is a stick?
It all depends where you go and who you get it from. But usually like $200.
Sorry, not the price, but the quantity. Do you know the
10 grams.
10 grams?
Yeah. So that'd been 30 grams for
30
3
grams.
sticks.
And you can continue reading.
All right. 'Cause 8 gotta pick up and down. I'll take it. How much? I'll take a stick for the pump, but I also need like $80 cash. So let me know.
And so those were from the defendant. I'll take it. I'll take a stick for the pump.
Sustained.
The messages that you just read, are those incoming or outgoing?
Incoming.
And so you left off, so let me know. You can continue.
Yeah. 'Cause if not, so what's the deal, bro? 'Cause I can't wait around all day. Is this a yes and no, maybe so? What's going on? And then I put, I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay. And does it continue?
Yep. Hi, man. I mean, if you get to me first, then awesome. But you're trying to figure it out, so that's basically saying no, or that you don't have it. So I told you, buddy, I can't wait around with it, bro. So I mean, if you hit me up before anybody else does, then it's yours. But if somebody else comes here with the bread, then I got to take. 'Cause we need the bread ASAP, bro. We're about to be kicked out of my any day now house.
And I think you mentioned earlier, but bread refers to money.
Yeah.
You can go to the next page.
Yo. And then after that, there's a bunch of, it's incoming call. And then again, yo.
And that's an incoming? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that incoming?
Yo.
And the next
then-
message?
What?
The next message?
It says, you missed out.
And is that incoming or outgoing?
It's incoming.
Okay.
And now it's outgoing. I said, can you send a pic? And then again from me, yo.
Okay, the you missed out is incoming though?
Yeah.
So you can set those aside. When you would communicate with the defendant via this Facebook account, how would you know that you were communicating with the defendant?
Well, because when I'm talking to him, it's like when I'm talking to anybody else. If you know who you're talking to, or if you talked to that person before, it doesn't matter how they say it. Like, you don't have to hear their voice to know it's them. Just the words they say and how they use their words. Plus, later on in some of the messages, I was talking to Kayla, and she wrote her name, and the way she writes, you can tell the two apart.
Okay, did he have a particular way of speaking or referring to you?
Yo, dog.
Does anyone else call you that?
No.
When you would arrange to meet with the defendant, who would arrive?
Huh?
When you would arrange meetups with the defendant, who would arrive?
Him.
Okay. Not Kayla?
No.
I think you testified that you still have the communication on your phone
Yes.
and in your Facebook account.
Yes.
Do you still have the same Facebook account?
Yes.
And how about the profile that you communicated with?
That I was talking to.
Is it still in existence?
It's I think it's deactivated, but it's still on mine. Like, I can see everything there. Just there's no name now.
There's no name now.
Yes.
Back when you communicated with that account, was there a name?
Yes.
What was the name?
Adam Montgomery.
Did you want to purchase the firearms?
I mean, I did, yeah, but I didn't end up doing it.
Did you want to purchase both or just one?
Just one.
Was that the shotgun?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. They're easier to get rid of.
I could have just a moment. One of the messages that you read aloud mentioned Facebook being two-notch. Do you know what that means?
I assume that it's like,
Hold on 1 minute. Basis? Go ahead. You may answer the question.
I'd assume that it's like, it's,
Now the answer is,
Approach. Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
Mark, do you know what that means? Two-notch? Facebook's two-notch?
it's too smart. Like it's,
Overruled.
Go ahead.
it's always there, you know, it's, I don't know how to say it.
So it's always there.
Yeah,
The
I guess it
messages
never
are always
goes
there.
away, you know?
It never goes away.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we discussed, I think some of the messages you read, maybe the one that's up on the screen. It discusses, you read, message was unsent.
Yeah.
What does that mean, based on your experience with Facebook?
That the person that sent it, unsent it, they, I don't know, I guess deleted it or whatever. But
Okay,
it would
have
say
you-
unsent.
Is that something you're familiar with on Facebook?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Go ahead.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Carrie Smith, and I have some questions, but I just feel too far away from you. So, can I call you Mark?
Yes.
Now, do you have the exhibits that are the regular pages, not the photographs? You have them there with you?
35?
Exhibit 35, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so, let's just get a couple of things clear for the jury as they look through this later. There's a time column in those, pages, right?
Yes.
And let's look at the first message, it's third message that says, "Your Mark, hit me up, dog. I want something, you really gonna like this." Do you see that message?
Yes.
And going over to the time column, it says 2/29/02.
2/29/20?
Thank you. 2/29/20, right?
Yep.
But your phone actually has a different time, right?
What do you mean?
there's different times reflected on your phone messages than are on this piece of paper, right?
I'm confused.
I
Sorry.
understand. So, do you have the photographs here?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get a photograph that shows the message time on your phone, okay? Let's see. Here's one. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe they are at the same time. Can you send a pic? Is sent at 3:44? Is that right?
Hold on, let me check.
I think I'm gonna take that back. They are the same time,
Yeah,
aren't they?
they're the same.
Can you by the way, can you send a pic? That refers to the dog, right?
I don't know. I think. Shit. Can I go back and reread?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. So, we'll go through some of those messages, and it seemed like, from what I saw on direct, it's easier for you to read from the pages than it is from the photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so, let's talk about the message at 2:45:12. It's an incoming message, and it says, "I have something right now that you've been looking for a grip, bro. Hit me ASAP." Is that right?
Yep.
And from the word grip, you understood that it referred to a gun.
No, a grip means a long time. The metal was what I identified as the gun.
Okay, so, you asked, "Yo, if it's metal, I want it."
Yes.
Meaning that you would you were in the market for a gun.
Guns.
Not necessarily for yourself, but to flip it.
Yes.
And one of his responses was, I keep talking about his. Your Honor, at this time, can we introduce the stipulation with regard to the address?
Any objection from the state?
No objection.
All right. Good. Attorney Smith's stipulation A is to be read now. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you a stipulation. This is a stipulation or an agreement by the parties. The parties stipulate as fact that the October 3rd, 2019 Facebook communication that Mark Reed had regarding the sale/purchase of firearms was through a Facebook account number 100009007885803, that Mark Reed had communicated with Adam Montgomery through regularly. I'm going to read that again, okay? The parties stipulate as fact that the October 3rd, 2019 Facebook communication that Mark Reed had regarding the sale/purchase of firearms was through a Facebook account that Mark Reed had communicated with Adam Montgomery through regularly. Okay? I didn't read the account number again because I know you all have that memorized. Go ahead.
So we will be clear, as far as you're concerned, you are communicating with Adam Montgomery, right?
Yes.
Because you've communicated with him before on this address, right?
Yes.
And there's no doubt in your mind because of the address, the dog that you recognized, and his manner of speaking, right?
Yes.
And one of the things in his manner of speaking is a little bit in code, right?
Yes.
It's like, I got 100 other people that be looking for a dog, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of code. Yeah. And when he was talking about Facebook being, what was that word that was used?
Top notch.
Okay. That was code, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you said if it's metal, I want it, right?
Mhm.
And his response to you is, it is, bro, it's the big boys. You asked how much, and kind of at the same time, it's like interchanging messages. I can't hold it first come, first serve, right?
Yep.
So he's telling you that he can't hold it for you, right?
Yep.
And he sends pictures, right?
Yep.
And these pictures are with the guns on something, right?
Yeah.
You said that they were actually on something, they weren't being held, right?
Mhm.
And you were interested in the 12 gauge, you said, right? But when I'm sorry, you have to say.
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay. When you were having this conversation with Adam, he asked you, which one do you want? Both of them or which one? Right?
Mhm.
And you asked, well, what's the price of them? Right?
Yeah.
So you weren't turning down either, right?
No.
You want more information.
Yeah.
Might be one, might be the other. Okay. And there was some sort of message that was sent and called back, right?
Yep.
And then there's a message that says, we can work something out. That's why I need you to call me, right?
Yes.
He says, I literally have people blowing me up right now as we speak, but you, my dude, I called you first.
Yep.
And this, by the way, is around 251.49. Exactly 251.49, right?
Yes.
And so you say that you want the 12 gauge, but you don't have the purchasability.
Yes.
And the other thing is that you have to go pick it up if you get it, right? Is that what pick up and down was?
Oh, I had to go pick up and down. It was in meth and heroin. Yes.
Ah, so you're saying that you have drugs both that for up and down
Yes.
as purchase abilities.
Yes.
Okay, so you're making the offer out there for what you have to be able to get the guns, right?
Yes.
And Adam says, I'll take it. Right?
Yes.
And you say, how much? Right?
Yes.
And he says, I'll take a stick for the pump, but I need $80 in cash.
Yes.
So I think that you were saying a stick is
10 grams.
10 grams,
Yeah.
but you didn't have 3 sticks, and he agrees to take a stick and $80.
Yes.
And a stick is normally worth $200?
Usually.
Okay. And that didn't work out, right?
No. 'Cause I didn't have the $80 cash.
Okay. And he couldn't hold it for you, right?
Right.
And so he told you later, can't hang around all day, right?
Yes.
And eventually it was that you missed out.
Yes.
In the meantime, he let you know he needs the bread ASAP because he's about to be kicked out any day, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of something you knew, or he had actually told you that that was why he wanted to sell his dog to you, right?
Yes.
That wasn't for you to resell on, that was for you, right?
Say that again, please.
The dog was
Yes.
for you,
Yes.
if you wanted to buy it.
Yes.
Because he couldn't hold on to the dog because he was being evicted.
Mm-hmm.
And he sent you a picture of the dog with his child,
Yes.
right? And that wasn't related to the business of buying and selling. That was hoping that you would take the dog because he was being evicted, right?
Yes.
And your felony was conspiracy to commit
Theft by extortion.
theft by extortion. And that was a crime that you committed while incarcerated.
Yes.
And you got some time that could be suspended on that, right? You got time plus you could earn a suspension of some of the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the police, you went, that conviction was on 3/17/21? Sound right?
Yes.
And it was about a year later that police came talking to you about Adam.
Yes.
And you agreed to talk to him,
Yes.
told him about the messages. I'm hiding nothing, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark, I have a silly question for you, but what does first come, first serve mean?
And the first person who gets there, it's theirs.
Okay. Attorney Smith asked you about your conviction
Yes.
and about your sentence. When police approached you at the jail, first of all, do you remember who you spoke with at the prison?
No, not. I know there was a marshal, and I think the other one was a Manchester detective.
Does Detective Dunleavy sound?
I think so.
And when you say Marshal, U.S. Marshal
Yeah.
Services?
I don't know his name. I forgot.
Okay. And so these gentlemen approached you and they wanted to talk.
Yes.
Did they promise you anything?
No.
Throughout all of this, have you been promised anything?
No.
Did you ask for any favors?
No.
Did you ask for any deals?
No.
Did you say, let me out of prison?
No. I wish it worked like that, but no.
So you've got nothing for your testimony.
No.
You just told the police what you knew.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. No further questions, Judge.
Right. So, I have to find the police, when they came to you when you were in prison, your deal was complete, right?
Yes.
And you were serving your time, right?
Yes.
And you were earning that extra time to try and get out early, right?
By doing a resident treatment unit there, yep.
At Focus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not Focus. Sorry, it was. I was supposed to go to the Focus, but I ended up being able to do an outside program, a sober living, and then a rehab, then sober living. But
So you were in the halfway house at the time?
no,
Oh, okay. So anyway, you were earning your time out, right?
yes.
And when did you get released?
It was May 26th of last year, the day before my birthday.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So when the state asked if the police promised you anything, it was your intention, although you said it would have been nice if you could just do it that way, to put your head down, work through this, and make the changes that you wanted to, right?
Yes,
And you were not a felon when you were having this conversation with Adam Montgomery, right?
no,
It was after the fact that you got in jail and then in prison.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Your Honor,
Just-
can this witness be released?
any objection?
No.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
And this witness is excused. Counsel approach.
Do I?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've had an opportunity to talk to the lawyers about what we're going to be doing next. I think it makes sense to release you a little bit early today, so I'm going to release you now for the day. I want to remind you, as I will every day, do not do any independent research. Please make sure to avoid any television, newspaper, or online coverage. I know there was a question that I received through one of our court officers about, checking your own personal online accounts, for example, you know, because you may need to check something personal or have a communication, that's fine. But do not read anything about this case or the associated case related to Harmony Montgomery. So make sure to avoid any coverage at all. Don't drive by any locations, don't look up any witnesses, no independent research, don't talk to anybody, not family members, friends, or each other. You'll have an opportunity to do that once deliberations are concluded at the end of the case. Obviously, you'll talk to each other during deliberations, but beyond that, not until after the case is concluded. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attention today. 8:45 tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start.
All right, jury?
Thank you for asking. Let me talk to the lawyers. Counsel, just approach for one moment, please. Yes. Okay, good. Yes. And if there are any medical or other issues that you need to bring to the court's attention, please let the lawyers know. You all will let the clerks know if you need to see me early. We can do that if we need to do that for any reason. Okay, so before you go, if you wouldn't mind just staying a few minutes, because I think there are a couple of other issues. It's my understanding that it is Mr. LaBelle's intention potentially to invoke, and we do have